Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Here we go. We're gonna get started today. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Got some Ebonite pins that we're gonna be working on today, at least to kick it all off here. So here is what I've got set up for right now. I gotta shape these. I'll hop over to the other cam actually, so it'll be a little bit of a better view here. Pretty standard, really. But here we are. We got these barrels already done. These are the questionable barrels that I'm not sure exactly what they're going to end up looking like over here. But then we got all the caps up here. So what I need to do from here is go ahead and measure the depth of the caps, and then I can move over to determining the overall length of the pin that we're going to be doing. So that's where we are. Oh, look at that. I found another one. What's up, Lawrence? How you doing, buddy? Let's see. Let me reposition some stuff here. And I'll stand right on. I won't have anything. I can't show you my measuring because my camera is configured for turn-in part. But we'll hop back over here. I'll get this repositioned a little better. But yes. Happy Sunday. Let's see. So I was really thinking about streaming yesterday, but my gosh, I came out there and whoo, my God, it was hot. Ooh, no thanks. No thank you. So I apologize if you were looking forward to that yesterday, but whoo, yeah, hot out here. I mean, it's hot today, but not as bad. At least yet. I don't know. We'll see as time goes on. But that's good. You're doing good, my man. I may have asked you already, but do you play video games, Lawrence? Hmm. Rocking out to some Motley Crue. Okay. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at like 57.5 to 58. Yeah, that's good. Use some of this real estate I got over here. We're going to be doing a combination of Marauders and Guardians for these. So that'll be pretty cool. You have to work outside, not into video games. That's all right, man. That's all right. I won't hold it against you. Man, that's kind of what I do when I'm not turning and hanging out with the fam or hiking. I went for a hike yesterday. Um, yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. Went for just a little hike, nothing too wazoo. It's been a little bit since we last hiked, so I didn't want the kids to, be put off by hiking again. But we did probably about 3 miles or so. But it was a nice shaded hike. Nothing too bad. That feel good. But yeah, as you know, I'm just measuring the caps, checking the depth of them all, and then I'm getting that reference mark so I can use it. How was your sleep, buddy? You get some good sleep last night? What? No. There was one that was like up against something over there. Yeah, I know. It's like a little wand. Yeah, it was over there. But you can use like a drill bit and put a magnet on it. Or something like that. Oh, you got. I hear you. I hear you. A Porsche with a deck. Hey, that's good. Is that where you do a lot of your stuff? A lot of your scroll saw work? You got some. You're up till 2. Dang, man. 2. I stayed up till like I think 11, but I sleep pretty well. Fortunately, I'm pretty lucky, I guess, in that regard. In that area, I reckon. Let's see. Oh. That was Abby hitting the cam. Whoops. The tripod. She's got some stuff going on over there. Some top secret work going on over there. Okay. That's good enough. Okay, now I gotta see how well this is gonna go. Some 80s pop music? Right on. I think I had like rock and roll queued up. Some like, which way should we go here? Crap. Everything's inverted. Hey, hey, what's up, Michael? How you doing? I might sound a little hoarse, but I'm not sick. He said, takes me away to that special place. And if I, what? All right. That should be, come on, that's good enough, right? We're only going to be here for a minute, so, or a few minutes. Hopefully it doesn't turn into an hour, but it might. No promises. You know these timelines are just loose anyways. You don't come here because you got somewhere to be. You come here because you got something to learn. Kevin, what's up, dude? Oh no, Mike. Coming off of chest infection. Dang, man. You gotta take care of yourself. This I don't know, man. We might have to change up our technique here. Hopefully not. I think I'm gonna though. all right, man. Yeah, good turnout today. Whoa, sweet. What the hell? Alrighty. A little bit more down here. No, too much. There we go. Alrighty. You've only ever done kits? Hey, that's alright. You should hang out here. We'll get you turning all kinds of stuff in no time. Because that is what you gotta do, man. You gotta expand the skill capacity, you know? What I'm doing right now is making a tenon on an ebonite barrel, and then I'm gonna thread it so I can use it for the caps. Let's see, we're gonna back this, we're gonna take this off actually, there. But yeah, what I'm doing is just threading a barrel. No problem. Too easy. And away we go. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me read what you got, Mike. Coming off of a chest infection. Okay. You're here for the drugs and rock and roll? Heck yeah, Kevin. All right, Michael. Although you've probably been making me properly been making me confused. Was talking to Benji about that. He was talking about kitless pins, and I've really confused you. Okay. I've only ever done pin kits properly. Okay. All right, Michael. Well, I don't know what else to say, my man. Not making pin kits, but yeah. What have I confused you about, sir? And if it raises more questions, well, I don't know, man. That's good. That means that you're thinking. So I don't see anything wrong with it. But what was it that got you all confused, my man? Ah, okay. Oh man, Ben's over there talking about me, huh? Let's see. A long story said you don't use kits, you make your own kitless pins. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is the barrel. This is a barrel of a pin. And then here's the cap. All right, here's the cap of it. Obviously, it's going to look better when we're all done with it, but there you go. Boom. So there's the pin and cap. Obviously, I need to do a little bit more love on the threading here, but that's all right. But yes, so I do make kits, Michael. So, yeah. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. If you just kind of hop it in here and you see kind of where I'm starting from, it might not make a whole lot of sense if you're not familiar with the sequence of what I do. So, pretty understandable. I'm not going to lie. But fear not, sir. Fear not, my friend. We shall resolve this. However, I'm going to use a different tool here. I think I need, where's my 13? Oh, there you are. All the way in the back. Goodness gracious. What are you doing back there? Silly. You silly thing. Alright, well, I do have a little bit of a problemo. Because I don't have a little guide rod. Oh! Maybe that'll work. Let's see. So like you said, you've only ever done pin kits, and you really don't think I'm too bad at them. Like I said before, can't fit decent money. And the setup I have looks way complicated. Well, isn't that kind of the thing? Is the more complex things that you do, the more specialized equipment that you'll need. And so I don't expect you to like start where I am. So even if you did, you know, look at me as like somebody to, I guess, kind of emulate for what it is that you're trying to do. Yeah, I don't expect you to start with everything. Not to mention, if you did start with everything, you'd probably be more lost than you are. And I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just saying. So that's why it's important to like be patient with it all and let yourself learn. So I obviously didn't start with all of this stuff, you know. But you may have seen this particular tool here. This is the Heinz tenon tool. Yeah. So it's machined out of aluminum. It's got a little guide on it. I've got it set for, this is the 13 guard, the M13 guard. But yeah, if you just break stuff down into small enough steps, it becomes pretty simple, you know. But, you know, it's just a matter of finding that person that you enjoy watching or whatever, then, you know, trying to stick with whatever it is for a little while, and then, you know, once you get comfortable, just like making kits, like you probably didn't watch videos on how to make kits with all the different types of wood. Eventually, you were able to like choose different pieces of wood, and that's the cool part about it, is that, you know, you learn enough to where you can start going off on your own and being able to do whatever you can think of. And so one of my things about this channel is I'm trying to lower the barrier of entry for making bespoke pins so people can actually flex their creative minds. So I guess I got a lot to say today, man. Ooh. Rainbow in the dark. Rainbow in the dark. You look at me as a pin wizard? Oh man, I am far from, but I really appreciate it. I do probably spend more time than I should doing stuff like this, but you know, it's because I like doing it. You love this thing, Kevin? Of course you do. Of course you do. I show you a better, easier way, and you're like, nah, dog. Nah, dog, I'm going to do this way. And you're like, okay, go spend your $100 and get the damn thing, and then boom. Let's see. Wait, why was my center guide that long? Because I used a piece of wood. I used a piece of wood. That's why. But we're going to see how this goes. It's been a little while. That's because you haven't had proper demonstration in person. I think some of it is, you know, definitely kind of like that. Oh, this is bad. What the heck was that? Zero on zero. Look at that. I set it at 13, and what's it at? 14. Stupid thing. Give that a little tighten up. Yeah. Might have to adjust the thing. Yeah, it's just not right. What the heck? There's so many beautiful cutoffs of wood. Nice. Yeah. Sounds like you're on the right track, Mike. So. There you go. Let's see. I have so many different beautiful offcuts of wood. Right on, right on. You have a few kits to play with. You're just honing your skills. Good dealio. I don't use a short one to guide it in. No, I don't. Because I don't cut it that size in the first place. And, you know, laziness is my burden to bear. Make the 9. As pre-made kits, what would be my recommended go-to? As pre-made kits. Well, here's my thing about it. I think if you're going to try to make yourself stand out as kits, you're going to have to do something pretty drastic. So, you're going to have to do something pretty drastic, I will say, to make yourself stand out from that. But it's not impossible. I think that you could definitely do it. Okay. Round and round. Just see, that's not right. Looking at me, you know it's easy to see. Okay. Now let's see if this actually... Come on. Don't make me set you off of another tenon I've already made. Alright, let's see. I'm a lathe pin engineer? Oh, man. You the man. All kinds of high praise. Thank you. Alrighty, I think I got her dialed in now. Alright, tighten that bad boy up. Just go in nice and steady. Back it off. Ah, alright, let's measure that. You're having problems sanding. Let's see. Still having trouble sanding them. Okay. Sanding. What's your problem with sanding? If you're doing wood, use dry sandpaper from like 150 to smooth everything out. And then do some lateral movements. This is pissing me off. I think I've got like a different guard on right now. Because it's taken me to 14 millimeters perfectly. That's not what I want though. So I need to find the one that's 13. Maybe the 14's got the 13 in it. As far as grits go, just you start with the standard. Yes. What the heck? Look at that. This is why. Using the wrong guide. So that's the 14. I don't even have the 13 on like a moron. Alright, last time with this bad boy. If it doesn't work, whatever. I'll move on. But yeah, sanding, start with like 150, smooth it out, and don't have too deep of gouges inside it. And then you'll continue with, what is it? 240, and then 320, and then 400, and you could probably start with wood at that point. But you could continue actually going back to, or go all the way to 600, but from my understanding, you do start running into problems when it comes with, or when it comes to the finish sticking to the surface and staying on the surface how it's supposed to. But yeah, Kevin, I lost this. I lost my metal rod, so I actually just found a 1/4-inch rod, dowel rod that happened to work. I was going to grab a 1/4-inch drill bit, but fortunately that worked. Alright, so let's see how this goes now, because this is not being a very quick thing. Alrighty. Should be good now. Okay, give that a little bit of push. Okay. Now, if this didn't do what I wanted it to do, I'd be annoyed. Hey, baby. What? This is not right. Whoa, back down. Okay. Put my Hollywoods on. How do I organize my sandpaper? Is that what you're asking? I've just got the box, man. For the wood, I just use the box. Get one of those. And then you got the 150, 240, 320, 400, 600. But some of them actually stop at 400. And that's probably also fine. So if you're just trying to get repetitions in, don't... Well, let me back up a little bit. What are you trying to get repetitions on? Because that's also different. Because maybe you should be, you know, not sanding super much, or maybe you shouldn't be turning super much. Instead, you should just be sanding. I don't know. It depends on what it is that you're trying to get better at. And if you say everything, I can appreciate that. However, you'll get better faster by repeating one thing multiple times instead of trying to do everything every time, all the time. Like the steps that you see me doing, I've done many times before, even off stream. But I do also still try stuff here and there to see what the... That still wasn't enough. Oh my goodness. Oh, bushings? I just keep them in the little bag. And I have taken them out because I was trying to do something different with them, but it didn't work out how I wanted to, so. Freaking allow. Oh no, it's finally cracked. All right. See, you can't be doing that other thing over and over again. Or maybe I'm gonna have to. We'll see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually have to. Huh. All right, tenon cutter. Let's get reacquainted, I guess. Okay, go ahead and give this a little measurement here. See, that's where we want to be. So, here's what I'm going to do. Okay. That's going to be there, that's going to go there, and then going to come up just a little bit more. Perfect. That way we're squared.
Hey, babe. Hey, John. Hello.
What? What?
When you get where to the cutting point, will you take all of this off of this particular thing? It's too big for me to stand off.
Yeah. You gave me such a frustrated look.
I said your name a bunch of times.
I wasn't listening, and you saw that I was talking and working with my head down, looking at something tedious. Okay. What did you want me to do? Trim it down?
No, now when you go to trim stuff, I would like this all cut off of that.
I don't think that works like you think it works.
Turn it off. Why not?
Because I have to support it. I have to put a hole in the back of it so I can support it.
Well, it won't be the same when you're shaping it.
I shape it while I support it.
And then you can put the rest on.
Once it's all shaped. Now I can potentially use a file and get it all off.
I just don't worry about it. I can't keep putting it on top of it. It's messed up and it all needs to come off. But it's so much sanding.
Just use a file. You want to try a file? Huh?
No, I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to spend the time to get all of it off.
Well, then put it to the side. And we'll have some more here in a moment. Okay. Diamond Rain. Now we're going to try this again. You got something for me, Kevin? What is it? What is it? Is it got to do with the thing? You know what I'm talking about. The bushings. Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh-huh. There we go. You fixed up 3D printing? Oh, dang. Nope, too much. There we go. Let's see if my manually dialing it in will work, huh? Get that a little bit snugged up, and then take it in. Okay. All right, that was a nice smooth cut there. Felt good. And yes, see, that's what happens when you do it right. I'll be honest, I hadn't used that bad boy in a long time. Years. Maybe a year or two. All right, so now that we got this going, we're cruising nicely. I'll just touch up the ends here a little bit with a little 600. There we go. Okay, that did pretty good. See, even if you have a metal lathe, sometimes other tools are just better tools for the job. Here we are now. A little thick. There we go. I don't worry about the other part here. I don't worry about the gutter part there. And the reason I don't is because I match it up to the cap, and if the cap allows it to go on all the way, I don't need to do it. And if it doesn't, then I'll just do a little bit of a trim on the back of the threads. This one, I'm going to need to use my parting tool just a little bit to finish out the smaller back end there, or the larger back end, so I can make it a little smaller, because it won't fit the way that it is now. It'll just cause the cap, it'll cause the cap to open up more than it should, and you can run into the problem of it cracking the cap trying to screw the pin in as tight as you can, because its wall thickness is not you know, that substantial, but it's also a material that sometimes likes to crack. So that is one of the interesting things about Ebonite as well. It's just like tires, right? You can get Ebonite that has worn out, like sun rot, but it takes a long time, a pretty long time, a lot of neglect. That was an ugly pass. Let's see if we can clean that up. And of course we can. Of course we can, friends. But yeah, Kevin, have you played some WoW yet? Or did you just get it downloaded or what? Where are we at? I saw you get on last night. But I didn't want to mess with you because I didn't know if you were still trying to get stuff done. But yeah, Michael, I gotta know what B-Dub was saying, or was that earlier today? Because he did a stream earlier today, didn't he? He streams a little on the early side for me. Alrighty, look at that, cruising. We only got like 2 more left, and then we can move to something else. Oh, okay. You got on last night. It was just your battle net that I saw. So that's probably it. Uh, yeah, I just saw that you got on. It's a battle net, that is. Some more RAM. Uh-oh. Too choppy? Are your settings too high? Because I know that sometimes BattleNet will go off of the it'll go off of the graphics card what what it should be capable of or something like that. So that could be it too. If you got like an NVIDIA, so some of the NVIDIA's a graphics card, they'll tune it up like to where it's like set for the graphics card, but it won't factor some of the other stuff in. Bark at the moon. One of the first concerts I went to as a young lad was Motley Crue, and then I think I talked about it the other day, but they have the documentary called The Dirt, and it's basically about their rock career. Pretty cool. I enjoyed it. If you like Motley Crue, this might be telling of kind of how they got to where they are or why they are the way they are, I guess. Yeah, GeForce. That's probably it, or part of it at least. Do you have the updated drivers probably, and then if you run it as like optimized inside the NVIDIA GeForce software, like I said, it'll optimize it, but I find that it gives me a lot of problems if I run it at the recommended settings. So it's a little weird in that regard, I guess. All right, what we got here? Eee, too big. I guess we'll do another pass with this. All right, locked. Give this a little bit of pressure. Just a little bit of pressure. Nothing too crazy, right? You don't want to push the limits of stuff too much. All right, should have gone a little crazier then. Damn it. It's like I'm shaving little bits off at the time. Like, get out of here. Here, it's like the skinny stuff. Anyway, the thing about Motley Crue is they also toured with Ozzy Osbourne. Like, I didn't know that they were that popular in that time. I wasn't alive, so. But they were headliners when I went to their concert with my dad. Dude, what a wild crowd probably to be around too. I don't think I would have liked that. A little too rowdy for me. Yeah. Okay, we are done, right? They've all got partners. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, thanks, Lawrence. Yeah, those are good. One of the kits, I like the DuraClick EDC. But if you're trying to get repetitions in, I'm all about that. Well, like my video said, I think the Slimline is the best place to start because it gives you a lot of repetitions on other things, which is awesome. But yeah, people have different views, I would say, of like what is a good pin kit, because what's a good pin kit doesn't necessarily mean it's going to sell. Um, but there's a lot of variables and considerations. Yeah, these are a little snug, so we'll have to do some work on that. But it'll be quick work, no problemo. Everything's pretty quick work when you think about it, right? Because you break it down into simple enough steps, and then bada bing, bada boom. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Kevin, you see you're still in the shop even when you're not in the shop? It's funny because my kids were going to get rid of it, and I was like, why? Let me see that. I got something for this. Oh, that's where Abby's big magnet is, too. That's where the big magnet is.
I don't need to take mine. I was looking at the small pictures.
Yeah, I like the DuraClick EDCs. Let's see. I've got a few other ones that I like, too. I've got a drawer. So I like the anvil. I like the bolt action. The DuraClick EDC. I will say, okay, here's my complaint about the bolt action. One of the bolt action pins, well, not just one of them, but they feel like floppy. It feels like there's a little bit of slop on the inside because that little mechanism, like the spring is either not strong enough or the mechanism itself is too heavy. So it kind of like dances around in that, which, is not ideal, but, it's not exactly a deal breaker either. Say with the kit pin, you found. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing with those too is it's relatable, right? And it's also got a story. So if you take like some of the key components from those things, right? Oh, sorry, I'm not even in frame. But if you do start taking like, what about it is making it sell? So I've got wood on a bolt action pin, and it does well. Who does it do well for? It does well for like, you know, Father's Day gifts. It does well for birthday gifts for him, Christmas presents, stuff like that. But once you start getting to the even more specialized type of stuff, you can go like put antlers on a bolt action pin, or you can do different kind of inlays, or you can even create a backstory of like, I don't know, Moby Dick with like a megalodon tooth that you smashed up or something, and he went out hunting, caught a megalodon, used the tooth. I don't know, man. Just saying. The story, there's a good story to go along with products that do real well when it comes to stuff like that. Anyway. I suppose my rambling is done for this moment. Righty, so I got the cap pre-measured with where I want it to be. So I'll just mark the bottom where I'm going to end up cutting it. And since they're already back together, they are good. You have a antler? Nice. But see, that just, what I'm saying with that example is, it's not just like, ooh, check out my wood. It's like, this wood comes from here, and it's, you know, a specialized thing, and they're doing what they can to protect it, and it's ethically sourced, and like, obviously don't just say those things unless you know, but I'm just saying, things that have a story or something like that. I mean, okay, here's another interesting business that two brothers did. So they built their whole like image around come over here. There you go. They built their whole image around you know, recycling plastic. And so what they do is they take different plastics that is the specific code to where they can melt them down, and they actually make pin blanks out of them. I forgot who they were, the names, but you can go find that stuff. So all those things like combined. It's not any one thing. If somebody says they got a silver bullet, they're lying. There is no silver bullet. It's a combination of everything. So yeah, how you advertise, sure. That's important too. I'd say that it's even more important just to advertise. But yeah. A lot of people, they're just like, oh, I put it on Etsy and it didn't sell. Well, sit down, little fella. Let me tell you why. And it's just because well, it could also be very simple. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind when you look at people that, you know, I mean, even somebody like me that has some people that like to hang out with them. Like, I'm not great. I'm pretty knowledgeable on stuff, but, um, you know, you just keep at it and then you keep doing it. And if you continue to do the same thing and actually not get better, then you should probably pivot and try something different, or, you know, find somebody else that could maybe look at whatever it is that you're doing, determine what the cause of the problem is. Like, those are really the answers to some of these things. It's not that it's complicated. It's just that I don't think people will do them. But if you do, well then, by all means, we can have cool conversations. And even if not, we can still have cool conversations. You'd be like, you know what would look really cool in that? This. And I would be like, you know what? I think you're right. That would look really cool in that. And then, you know, we go ahead and try it out. Woo. But anywho, I think one of the biggest mistakes people make, like, I was very reluctant to even put my stuff up for sale. Like, it felt weird. Like, I was like, I don't know if it's good enough. Like, constantly not knowing if what I was doing is good enough. So, kind of, you know, you don't know. Because if you're just a person that figured out how to do it themselves at their own house, you don't really have much to compare it to, right? So eventually, once you feel good about whatever it is that you're doing, and you have like a pretty regular finishing consistency, then I'd say that you're probably ready. Like, oh man, I've been working on this particular process for X amount of time. I've made this many pins using this process, and they've all turned out just how I wanted them to. And then you're like, okay, let's do it. So then you start building up a little bit of inventory, and then the next thing, everybody's wanting to buy this stuff. But then you run into the other problem of like, I don't have enough stuff for people to be buying. And then that's where people start getting kind of sloppy, and then they become not as handmade, or they're supplementing other stuff because they want to be able to create more. And so it's not just about more, it's about maintaining what got you started in the first place, in my opinion. Now, obviously, I wish we could make more or had more volume, but we're not going to alter our standards just so that could happen. Because that's what people have come to expect from us in the first place. And you start changing whatever that is, you're going to start running into problems with the people that originally wanted you to be successful. And I think that's kind of where the whole sellout thing comes out about, because they have a design, then they start outsourcing it, and then now it's not them making it anymore. They designed it, and then they feel as good about it as if they did it themselves. Now, I'm not bashing anybody that's like that, by the way. It's just an observation, and I think that's how people have, kind of changed the perception people have of them. So, like I said, I don't say it in a judging way. It's more of a, if that's what you want, that's the probable avenue or how it's going to happen. But on the other hand, there is a true reality where people don't care how it's made or what it's made out of, because if it looks cool, they'll like it. And so for those types of people, $20 is a lot for a pen. But they don't know the work that went into it. And so that's kind of like the other thing that I'm thinking about when I do my streams here is, showing people that it's not just a matter of like, it's not super simple, right? There's a lot of steps to it, and hopefully that would have people have a deeper appreciation. So that's kind of what I'm doing, and that's, I guess, the intent of what I'm doing. And I'll say that if you are doing one thing, just one thing to try and hit a certain goal, it's probably not going to be enough. You can focus on one thing at a time, but just changing one thing is not going to be, it's probably not going to be the final answer I would say. It could be a work in progress. But see, that's the other thing, is that people like to see progress. So there's another conundrum, if you will, because people like to see progress. So if you're just making the same thing over and over again, that doesn't give off the appearance of progress. Anyway, maybe that ramble was useful for somebody. I guess it's just a different way of looking at whatever it is. And then the other thing I'll say too, man, is you hear all these different ideas, right? All these different ideas can be good ideas, right? But implementing all of them at once is not a good idea. It seems like, in my estimation, that a lot of people that get into crafting like this, they have a thought that they're going to start making handmade stuff, and then boom, it's going to like blow up. And I'm not saying that it couldn't happen. It's unlikely, because people are going to want to see those receipts, you know? Think about all the reviews that you probably look at before you buy something. Ask yourself this too. If you were a customer browsing your shop, would you want any of that? Is that something that you would be attracted to? I'm going to go out on a limb and say you hadn't thought about it. And that's not that big a deal, just as long as you learn and eventually discover those types of things. Anyway. Not cool, man. Not cool. Yeah. That's right, Kevin. You know. You know. But the point, here's the biggest thing about it, is being present. Wherever it is that you want to be part of it. That is actually one of my biggest struggles. If I was even more involved in the community, there's a possibility, you know, I would be more known. But you know, everybody's got their own paces of stuff, so you just got to take your time. Because when you think about it like that, when you think about it like as being busy and having work to do for other people and stuff like that, like, have you thought about what success looked like? Have you thought about what it would be like if you were successful with whatever it was you were pursuing? Like, I also think that's not something that's factored in by a lot of people, because they're like, I won't be successful. It won't happen. But I'm going to try. Well, whoa, I don't understand why you'd bother trying if you didn't think you were going to be successful. But imagine if that was the case. And then, boom, you're successful. Now what? How are you going to manage all the people? How are you going to contend with, customer service? And it's not just making stuff. It's a lot more than just making stuff. Like, learning how to make something is a part of it, sure, but that is not the final equation by any means. But if you were solo, then Etsy probably is a good place to begin. Despite what all the Facebook forums say, because Shopify, you'll need to drive your own traffic, which you could. You could do that, but if you're starting from like nowhere and nobody knows anything about you, well then you're probably not going to get any sales, and nobody's ever going to find you. Also can't expect to sell anything and everything now where you're 1, 2, or 3. Yeah. Yes, that's right. And then that's kind of what we've been doing, and trying to be a part of the community and being in the pin shows and stuff like that. So yeah, I wouldn't, just be patient. If there's something that you want, pursue it. Keep doing it. And then when you're tired of doing it, keep doing it more. And then when you start liking doing it, capitalize on when you like doing it and push yourself. But then when you start getting burnt out, don't be afraid to take a little bit of time because of that time that you put in going hard in the paint. All right, I don't have to keep talking about business stuff unless you want me to, but yeah, I'd say those are some of the most common things that I see and hear about, and it just, when I see that in Facebook groups, I'm like, well, I'm not going to say it, but I wonder why they think they would be successful. It's like, I put my pins on the shop and they don't sell. And so it's whatever platform's fault that I didn't sell anything. But that's not how it works, right? It's a lot more complicated than that, for one. And here's another reality that it could be. Maybe your stuff isn't good. But here's the other thing is you don't necessarily know because nobody's got it. So if somebody never held or looked at whatever it is that you're making or want to be known for, and they haven't seen anything that you've done, why would they think that you are any good at whatever it is? That is unrealistic. Oh man. Really died down. So many people hear that it's challenging and they don't want to hear that. A lot of people just left. Yeah, it's work. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh. But yeah, even on the same machines, it doesn't necessarily mean your outcome will be the same. You know, I used to think that. I was I used to think that if I bought like the best bicycle or whatever, I'd be the best racer, or if I had the best skateboard, I would be the best skater. Obviously, I learned that that was not the case, but nonetheless, I still wished it was, and that was because I didn't really. I felt like all that effort I was putting into skateboarding, I wasn't actually getting that much better, and so it was either be brave enough to do something that I was uncomfortable doing because I'd broken bones in the past. Um, but yeah, then you just do something that you're not comfortable doing, and you have to overcome that, be brave or whatever, and then you can actually potentially level up. You know. But that's the other reason too, I think, why people say, you know, if you're trying to make a business out of a hobby, it has to be something that you genuinely love doing. And if you don't love doing it, you're just doing it to make some money. Sure, you can make some money in it, but you'll probably be stuck wherever it is until you get a different perspective from somebody else that is able to do what they want to do, as well as you know, make a business out of a hobby. But I'll be honest, the grass isn't always greener, because as with everything, there's drawbacks to everything. There's also pros. Like in my view, the pros outweigh the cons for what it is that I have to do in order to, you know, be a part of it. And it's some pretty disciplined people in the community too, because they've been around for years. And you know, I love the fact that I just I just love that it is a good community. Like, that's why I have my whole family involved with it as well. Like, I took my kids to pin shows and stuff like that, and it's nice. Like, they love going to talk to all the fountain pen vintage collector people. I love talking to those people. Armando, you only breathe air when it's flavored with farts, huh? Yeah, that's kind of what we got going on here. Good old Ebonite. Give me some of that natural sulfur smell. Thank you. But how you doing today, Armando? I'm just rambling about stuff. Nobody said anything, so I just assume everybody taking notes, or they're just like, I don't want to do this crap anymore. Or they're like, you know what? Challenge accepted. I like the way that sounds, and it sounds rewarding once you get to a certain point. And you know, you gotta determine where that is for you. How far do you want to go? Do you want to be the next Mont Blanc? Do you want to be the next Lammy? Do you want to be... What do you want to be? Maybe you want to be the next Jonathan Brooks, where your blanks are just super popular and everybody wants, you know, whether the blanks or the pins made from the material, you know. Just kind of illuminating the fact that there's a lot of avenues to pursue. Doing well. Thanks for asking. How about you? I am good, man. Thank you for asking. Is this a wooden handle for a pin? Negative. This is a Ebonite, basically shell is what I'm calling it, or a blank canvas. But I can't discuss further. A gas technician looking to get refrigeration license. Hey, there you go. Dang. Sounds like you'll be good to go for your entire career. Pretty good. Are you working for a company or do you own it? Do you own your own company? Because if you're working in a company, well, that's bad. That'll have to be like a sideline conversation. Sorry. I mean, I was just going to say that, you know, learn everything that you can about business while you're doing that. You know, obviously, after you get comfortable with everything that it is that you're doing, then get comfortable with business. Then if you wanted to, you can move to a different location. That way you don't have to compete with the person that got you going in it in the first place. You move to another state, boom. Now you can start your own business in HVAC and then start hiring your own people, and then boom. There you go. Oh, currently working for a company? Heck yeah, dude. Not a bad way to start. No reason not to. Especially if they'll send you to like additional training. You're like, hey, dude, so many things. You're like, hey, boss, I've been thinking about, can we do like commercial stuff too? And then you start going to like hotels, and you start working in you get bigger contracts and stuff like that, and bada bing, bada boom. You know what I'm saying? It's a good way. I'm being intentionally a little bit vague to not make other people mad, but yeah. You're guessing I have my own company? Well, I mean, I make fountain pens. What do you think about that? But yeah, I make my own fountain pens. What grit is this? That's why it ain't going anywhere. Alright, we're gonna use some 240. Amazing, I like this. Is that what you said, P2? A proper craftsman? Dang, man, I am. You're gonna make me blush. What is ebonite made out of? It is rubber. Ebonite is rubber. Ebonite is rubber, sir. Here, let me show you some different ebonite. Oh, no, 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 not me. Alrighty, I got some ebonite rods for you. Here, come here, you. Here you go. Here's some ebonite rods. There we go. Here's some ebonite rods. So it's just vulcanized rubber. I said just vulcanized rubber. But yeah, it's rubber. But it's hard. Pretty hard. And really pretty nice to work with, too. I've said it a few times, but when you cut it, it actually, like... Or when you drill it, I mean. When you drill it, it does take on the size that you drilled for pretty well. It doesn't like rebound or tighten or loosen or anything like that very much. So, Megan! What up, Megan? We still have our language barrier, but you know, you coming here, still fun. Yeah. Yep, ebonite is rubber. But most people don't know about it, and so that's kind of what... And the people that do know about it know that it is in, like, higher-end components, we'll say, because it's not necessarily what they're made out of, just they have different components. And one of which being rubber. And being able to use it for pin parts. If you were interested, okay, here's a couple ideas. If you were interested in making something for fountain pens in order to like approach the community from that angle, I would say that if you could figure out how to get ebonite converters made specifically for the nibs that makers use, then you could probably, even if you sourced it, you could probably make a little bit of money off of that. Not to mention, if you hang out, you'll start seeing more things, more people, and you'll start talking more, and you'll gain more exposure, more traction, and then people will know and associate you with something. So here's a quick little test that you can do is ask yourself, what do you think people know you for? Like, if somebody's like, I know a guy that can do X, or I know a person that does this all the time, or this is the type of person that could definitely do that, or, you know, what is it that would describe you? And so you kind of determine what you want that to be by what it is that you're offering. And in some cases, I think one of the things for me is like simplifying the process. Or like, he's the guy that simplified the process so much to where I feel comfortable doing it. I don't know, man. You know, we all have our directions that we want to aim for, but, you know, doesn't always work, does it? But, you know. Oh, he's the goober pen maker guy that also plays World of Warcraft. What a nerd. I'm okay with that. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. But on the other hand, you know, I can't simplify the process too much more than I already have, because, you know, I pretty much narrowed it down to like, well, really far, we'll say. And I've also made myself available for those that are interested in learning more about it. So if making a bespoke fountain pen is your goal, or just a pen without a kit, it doesn't even have to be a fountain pen. I've shown a lot of different ways to accomplish that, both on the wood lathe and the metal lathe.
Okay, that's a cool texture, but that's not what we want.
We got a little chatter here in the back. I don't know. It also gets weird sometimes because I feel like I say some good points sometimes, and then the crowd goes silent. We're gone. That's all right. Net. I know what you're talking about, Lawrence. But yeah, you know, I always thought it would be really cool. So I guess this is kind of like one of those cool things that, and I was thinking about it for a while, where I thought, you know, it'd be really cool for people to be able to see their pins being made. But I didn't know, like, if people were actually interested in that, because, well, we can kind of see based upon what people watch that that is actually not the case. People don't care. People don't care that much. But having that resource available, if they really wanted to go back and see their pin made, they could. So, let's see. Next question: is Ebonite expensive? What do you consider expensive? Like, I think Operex is expensive, and that's like, you know, about $50 or $75 for 2 blanks. I think some of the designer Ebonite is expensive. We bought some of that for like ended up being like $170. But it was pretty dope stuff. Let's see. But you can get probably rods for about 20 bucks too. So I'd say yes and no. It can be expensive. Yeah, I'd say it can be expensive. But, you know, it's one of those things where personally, I accumulate some stuff that's pretty cool, and then I'll keep it for a while, and then find out what it is that I want to do with it. So for more expensive materials, you know, either it's going to end up costing more for the product that I'm making out of it, or like here, I'll show you the rod that was like 100 and something bucks, 175. But to be fair, it was like 40, I think $40 in shipping. But there you go. This is, you probably have seen some of this guy's work. It's Anton Wisseks or something. But yeah, this is I used this on a section for a pin that I made for Abby. But yeah, this rod was 9 inches and about 170. So you can make a whole pin out of it. You're obviously going to do better buying stuff in larger volumes. But then let me grab my other Ebonite. So I got like 15 rods of varying sizes. Whoop, hold on. Let me back up a little bit more. So these rods here, we bought from Nico Ebonite from Japan. And we even got a custom set made that was, I think they were 15 millimeter or 14 millimeter, one of those. And for 15 meters of it, it was like 300 bucks. So obviously when you buy more, you're going to do much better. And this is kind of when it comes full circle of finding what it is that you want to do and be known for, and then lean into it. Just don't make it whatever everybody else is doing. Or if you are a trend follower, that's okay. Just understand that there will be probably some, you know, some ruffled feathers here and there. But yeah, kind of do your own thing and make it your own and enjoy the process, and don't be so eager to like recuperate your money. Enjoy the process of learning and trying out different stuff. And like, you're looking at me 5 years into this whole thing right now. So, and I still try to change stuff every once in a while because I use different materials and I have to start at different points. And you know, I sometimes still run into other problems that I didn't expect to, but you work through them. And that's kind of the biggest thing about it is, you know, working through whatever problem it is that you come up with or come across. And it's kind of like you know, you don't have to buy all the tools that I've got, but as you come across different problems, eventually you're going to need to start coming up with whatever solution and acquire whatever way that you're going to resolve those different problems are going to be. Like, initially, I didn't know how to make it so my pins would stay straight and circumferential, and so I thought buying a metal lathe would have been the fix, and as a matter of fact it was not. However, it did show me other lessons. So it's like there's always going to be a trade-off with whatever it is. You see one design that you like, you do it, you get good at it, and then nobody likes it. Okay? Back to the drawing board. You do a design, and then everybody likes it. Okay, cool. Let's do that again. Oh, I did it again. Nobody likes it again. Oh, what the heck, man? It just worked out. So that's a part of why you get people that are, I'd say trend chasers is what I would call them. I call them trend chasers. And you know what I'm talking about. Like, if there's a popular meme or something going on, I think the election's a great one to talk about. How many people, or how many like different advertising for red or blue, whatever it is, for 2024, right? You saw all that stuff. All these shops just followed the trend, and they're capitalizing on the trend. And it's not that it's a bad idea. It's just, if you do that, that is what you're associating yourself with, until new people find you. Whatever you do is what is going to attract the people. Y'all found me because I am a pen maker, and you probably wanted to know a little bit more about custom pen making. And the reason you found me is because the algorithm works, and in addition to that, I'm working with the algorithm. A lot of people try to cheat the algorithm and, you know, make it so you get a lot of views. And I'm actually of the belief that if you have a slow burner, I'm a slow burner, so I'm not in a hurry to be anywhere, right? I'd rather build rapport with the people that come and hang out here regularly, and then, you know, have them be a reliable core of people that, you know, I can feel good about sharing and, you know, helping them, because that's really who I'm talking to. The people that want to come in and want to learn about it or want to know a little bit more about what I do. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of it. And, you know, there are a lot of people, they want to know how to do it too, so it's interesting. And a lot of people also like watching processes. That's me. I like watching processes happen. It's very satisfying to see people take something that you're like, what the heck is that? Into like, wow, amazing work, good job. Like, that's what I like. But yeah, the basics is actually what I spend the most time doing, though. And the basics is pretty much all I show here. I could show more advanced stuff, I just haven't, because I haven't needed to, because this is still working well. And then I'll practice other things, you know, off screen and on my own. Because some things I just want to try out, and some things I think are going to work, or sometimes they don't work, and, you know, you look like an idiot. But you'd look like more of an idiot if it was a banger idea and you didn't try it out. But somebody else did, and they made it successful. And it was an idea that you had had previously, but you just never implemented it. So, you know, those types of things are something that you should think of as well. You want to be amazing? Do shit that's amazing. You've tried talking to turners at local crafts shows, and they don't have a friendly attitude. Well, funny you mentioned that, because that is the same vibes I got as well. Yeah. And I also get people that I could have seen in a different life, me responding unkind to them, because when they look at my work, they're like, oh, I could have done that. And you're like, well, if you could have done it, why the heck didn't you do it then? And sit here and hang out, and why don't you do this and that, and, you know, whatever. That's why you don't surround yourself with people like that. You don't want to be like them. Or you do want to be like them because they have such a high expectation of stuff, and people that, okay, I guess here's my caveat to that, which I think is pretty acceptable. Some people, when they're just like, oh yeah, I just started pin turning, I want to get into bespoke pins, and then like a few months later you're like, okay, here they are at a show, and you're like, well, didn't you just like start turning and now you're selling? And look, man, I'm for selling your stuff, but just understand that when you call yourself a pin maker, right, there is a certain expectation that goes along with that. You know what I mean? So think about any profession. Say that I was an HVAC technician. If I was an HVAC technician, you would expect me to know how to fix heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, wouldn't you? And then the same thing kind of goes with pin making. If you know how to make a pin, you should kind of know the different components that you're using. So one of the things that kind of grind my gears, I guess, about some of the groups is people are like, well, what fountain pen kits are doing really well? What an arbitrary question, because there are wood pins that are doing well that are literally just Bic pins. You have a Bic pin, and then you create the recess inside, and you turn it. And people have great success with that, okay? It's not a matter of that. It's a matter of doing something that you love doing. Enjoy whatever it is. And if you find disgruntled people, whatever. People are going to be mad. It's, you know, some people also think that they own space, right? You don't own space. Ah, Ben swooping in with the legendary words of wisdom. Make money and sell a wood turning. Yeah, wood turning is so silly. What a waste of time. That's why I focus on ebonite and resin. Oh, buddy, how you been? Your streams are too early for me. Too early. I stayed up late last night playing some video games, and then I can't be getting up that early. But it's good to see you, man. Let's see, what are we going to do? We're going to turn this one into a Murata. We've got another thing coming. Alright, let's see, where is the end of this bad boy? Ooh, it is close. Let's hope I didn't drill too deep. I think we'll be alright. Hey, you dropped out? Buddy, missed the whole show. I'm just kidding. But I was talking to you. I don't remember what I said, but I was talking to you. It's probably like life-changing words of wisdom, you know. It's the type of stuff I do. Oh man, but see, that's the thing too. I was talking about you. Oh, no, I was talking to you, not about you. But that's all right. No worries. What you get here live is pretty unfiltered, I would say, relatively to the videos that I make. Like, I have a little bit of a time with the videos, but you know, live is where I prefer to be. What the hell is that? Okay, it's just shattered. We're good. I think it had to do with the pin kits, man, from a while back. I think you were talking about pin kits, like what pin kits are good to use. And I was talking, you know, Lawrence mentioned some Duraclick EDC, some cigar pin. Cigar pins are pretty common in a well-received, like executive type of pin. You know, I would say these types of pins, people don't. These types of pins that I make aren't necessarily for like the business person, right? There's a good chance that if you had one of the pins that I made as a dude and you're a CEO, then it's probably not one that you want to, you know, whip out at a business meeting. But on the other hand, it could be, depending on how eccentric you were, I suppose. Oh, that was the other thing I ranted about, was the bolt actions. Did you hear that part? I ranted about bolt actions a little bit. I've made quite a few, but it was more of a like a progression for business-wise. So that's all I got to say about that. Because this is obviously not legal advice, not life advice, unless you want to take it as such. Just don't blame me if it goes south. Yeah, okay, I remember you saying that too. Yeah, there's a lot of wood, and if you know any cabinet makers in vicinity of you, then you can also acquire more. You know, even veneer. So if you're a ring maker, veneer is actually quite valuable if you know what to do with it for ring making purposes. Some people, they make an entire business around selling wooden rings. But, you know, there's like what you want to do, the reality of what you should do, and what it is. And those things don't always match up. We need to do a collab soon and try to send some peeps over to your stream. Nice. 74,000 views, bro. Good job. 444 hours and 4-hour stream. Damn, bro. Good job. It's probably because you're doing the other social medias too. I'm not. No, thank you. Not unless you want to manage that. I don't want to. Dude, if I could, I would have like a community, like Instagram, that this would just go right into, and then, I don't know. Ultimately, I don't want to do that. I'm a little lazy. So, I think YouTube is where I should be, but I don't like the other social medias. And I don't know, man. I should do some more shorts, but I don't want to. Should do different types of videos. Nah. I'll just do videos here and there, and like I said, slow burner. Slow burner. Rings is something that you looked into? Right on, man. Well, there's just pursue what's interesting to you, is all I could say, really. Pursue what's most interesting to you, and then don't be afraid to come back to something that you previously thought was unapproachable. And, you know, like I bought a lot of ring stuff too, but I didn't actually enjoy making rings. I wanted somebody else to make them, and then I would sand and finish them. But that didn't end up happening either, so.
You use the Big Ben or Cigar Twist or the EDC. Yeah, they're nice.
I even made a video of the modified EDC pin where you don't actually have to have that little white cap, the little top for the Parker refill. Yeah, I did that. You think for some strange reason the algorithm likes you? It's not the other. Hey, that's all right. That's all right. You know, I'm all right with that. But that's awesome for you. I'm glad you were doing well. Yeah, man, I'm just here having a good time with the folks. Those other things would be nice, but I think I just need to be, you know, probably a little more consistent and, you know, a little more consistent and have better structure, probably, to, like, I'm streaming this day, and this day, and because the way I do it now, I just kind of pop in, and then fortunately people see it and then join in, so. You want to share it with me? Oh, bro, you're too kind. You're too kind. But I suppose if we had a collaboration, that would be worth waking up to do, huh? What are we going to do? You got kicked out, Lawrence? Unacceptable. I'm going to speak to the CEO at YouTube, ask him what the heck's up with that, dude. What is going on? You think I'm doing it right? I hope so. I hope so. If not, we'll adjust fire. I can't just give the advice. I also got to implement it myself. Yeah, man, I appreciate that. Oh, yes. Look at you. Looking all cute and smelly and yes. All the good stuff. I'm not talking about Abby. I'm talking about this pin. This Ebonite Rachon. But I also think that some people don't really necessarily want to see the same project happen over and over again. Or the same part of a project happening over and over again. Even though, you know, I think about what I wish I would have been able to see when I was first learning. And so that's kind of, I would have loved to see a pen maker that was streaming, that was doing this type of stuff. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to be. The one that I wanted to see.
I can't compete with like Andy Phillips and Jack Mack, and
I suppose I could, but they're really good turners. So,
and they've like been doing their stuff for
quite a while. But still, those are people that I see pop up on my feed and stuff. My favorite is all the hate comments they get when about like the colored pencils. They're like, "Oh, you could have donated those colored pencils to all those schools and stuff," and like, dude, it's a pack of colored pencils. Oh man, kind of funny. But whatever. What can you do? What can you do? Alrighty. But yeah, man, just having fun, and if I'm able to accomplish my work and chat with people at the same time, that's a dub for me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, we've got a couple more bodies and then, or a couple barrels and then a couple caps. I would say caps will be a little faster, but probably not. Sorry, I had to cut a lot off of this one, so I'm trying to make sure I'm going straight and flat as best as I can. The way I can nail that taper. You think that what would make your wife watch the streams? We were supposed to have a podcast interview. I don't know whatever happened to that. Like, I even answered all those questions and stuff. I guess I could just read whatever it was anyway. But what do you think would make your wife watch the stream? I'm still uncertain about that part. Collab, reason the algorithm likes you, share it, them doing it right. You wanting to share that stuff? That I look.
I guess I'm being thick today, man. I don't know.
Taper better. There we go. All right, for all yous out there that don't know the secret file trick, this is the file trick. You want to make sure that the file is nice and flat, not used for metal or anything like that. Just use it for this specific purpose of flattening out the pieces after you turn. It'll help sanding in the future. And you could be a better turner, or I could be a better turner and not have to do this as much, but, you know, you ask yourself which one's actually more efficient, or which one's better for the purposes that you're doing it or whatever. I don't know. Just something to think about. My profanity filter is working? Oh, Lord. Yeah? That's a good thing, I guess. We're family friendly, for the most part. Sometimes drop some unpleasantries, but, you know, not that big a deal. I don't think that that's excessive use of profanity as far as the algorithm goes. But, you know, it's not meant for kids. Alright, this one is going to be another Miranda. But yeah, it should be working, the profanity filter. Yeah. You know, I certainly didn't go above and beyond trying to make that filter like more elaborate. So this spot right here, you can tell that it's a little lower. Well, maybe not. Hold on. So this spot right here is like black, and this spot's black, but down here is still kind of the greenish color. That tells me that this was a little bit lower than the others. So that's why I use a file to try and smooth that part out. That way it's pretty nice and circumferential. But sometimes I will say you do get gouges in there from the file, so you'll have to be a little bit careful if you catch an edge, because you don't want to trim too far, like right here. This one I can do a little bit of filing, but I'm actually going to switch over to sandpaper so it doesn't throw off too much of what I'm doing. You can see it. So this is relatively flat, and then there's a little chatter right here, and then there's a little chatter right there from the file. So I'll just use a little bit of a coarser sandpaper, and then just, you know,
highlight it, right, you can see right there that will just work it down. And that's why I have such a big piece of sandpaper, is so I can go back and forth and do that as well. And now we're nice and flat. So there we go. So you can still see a little bit of the chatter mark right there, but it's flat for the most part. And over on the Abbey side, it will finish getting taken out. But yeah, I mean, I think I've talked about just about everything I know of here at some point. But you'd have to watch all those hours of stuff to to see everything. Kind of funny, but I'm sure I'll talk about everything at least more than once. Alright, so this one's pretty straightforward. Yeah. Cut right there. Didn't need to mark that. Also, Kevin, if you're still here, man, a part of the reason why I had to change up some of the wood pin project stuff with the Ebonite is because this Ebonite is much thinner, and so when I was doing that wood Ebonite sleeve project, it was cutting it too close. Like, I didn't have enough of a shoulder for the wood when I started with the Ebonite that was too thin. So that's another reason why I had to change it up, because this wasn't working how I wanted it to, at least for that purpose. So these skinnier ones will be for the M13s, which is originally what it was supposed to be. And then some of the other larger ones I'll be able to use for the other thing. Oh, why am I using this stuff? I need the other stuff. Oh, yeah, that one ended up being quite good. Happy about this one. This one didn't need very much sandpaper work here, which is nice when that happens. But I did end up measuring all these, and so ended up with minimal waste for the Ebonite part, that is. Because I measured them pretty darn close to what I needed them to be. So that's why there's not a lot of room for error. And then also, that's the same reason I was running into the problem with the wooden pins, because this collar right here, I would trim this down, and it would look like this, and know, it would look something like this. And then I would put the wood over top of it, right? But what's the problem is that this stock starts out too thin in the beginning. But I do have thicker stuff that I have to use. Too tightly, you're gonna lose control. I'm on the caps. And then you'll have 9. But yeah, we working on that. I don't know when Abby plans on doing her grand reveal of it, but it will be awesome. She's been working on this particular thing for a little while, trying to find out the best way to do it, and you know, it just takes some repetitions, and some of the things that I'm doing over here is basically just a start. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Alright, so this is a Guardian here. It'll be cigar shape, and the size that we need for that is, okay, good. We'll do 0. Perfect. Alright, there. So this is my guide. It'll be larger than the mandrel there. So that is my target, just a little bit larger than the mandrel. And so the reason I like to point that out is because that's basically my reference of where I'm going with the diameter. And hopefully, if you didn't have a way to do that before, you do now. Alright. So, a quick way to try to set this is like using a square carbide, and I'm going to go in, just like that, and make it flat, and then I'm about where I need to be. So I'll just keep moving like that. So checking it like that, and then checking the diameter, which we're close. We want to be close. We don't necessarily want to be right where the end is, because we want to be able to do some shaping, you know. And then you want to make sure that you maintain your line, your defined line. That's where it ends, right? Looks like the Ebonite is easy to turn. It is. It is indeed pretty simple to turn. It's just a little smelly. So some people might find that too much. But if you're over there turning antler, man, I'm sure this will be just another day in the office for you. But I don't know. I've never turned antler. All I've heard is that it does smell bad. But yeah, the Ebonite is pretty simple to turn. Yeah, it holds its shape really well. Okay, so I can feel it. I'm gonna have a little bit of smoothing to do. This is also why I left it a little bit larger too, so I can make sure that the sizes are smoothed down to the diameter I want it to be, right? Because that's what makes sense, doesn't it? See? Right where I want to be. Now, I'm just going to finish getting some of these lines out. Be very careful at this point if you are turning how I have been showing everything else, because you do have a spot that's like right here, or actually it's back here, and that is because of having to drill into the pin that far. Let me show you the drill bit. That way this will illustrate the point a little better. Night. Okay, so we're off, and this is about the line I go to, right? On my way. Alright, let's see. How are we going to do this? Let me just part it up. Or show you right here. Yeah, there we go. This will work better. Okay, so I drill with this bit right here to about right there. So you can estimate that this line about right here is the reference point. Let me mark it with a Sharpie so we can see. It's about right there. Oh my gosh, left-handed. Anyway, so we got that, and then here. So this is about how far I'm drilling in. So just remember that this outer part right here is about right there, and so you want to maintain a certain diameter to make sure that you have enough material to where you're not going to cut it off. So there you go. That's kind of what we're looking at, or what I'm looking at. You look at whatever you want. Taking the day off? Good. You gonna spend it here? Let's see. Clue. You stick your hand in there, go for it. If you can turn antler, you can turn this, but you're in an extremely vented area, yeah, you'll be alright. We've actually thought about that too, as far as like, man, there's so many things that I want to do. I just got to figure out the right sequence to be doing them, you know. And not very easy when, well, having limited people to talk with as well as work with on this particular thing. But Kumu Studios, how are you doing? Working on some Ebonite. this one is actually ready for its partner. Oh, which is already over here. Alright, here we go. There we go. Hey! Get back here. Let's see what the length is. We are over. Wow. We are over where we want to be. This is a long one. Alright, so this pin is longer than it's supposed to be. So let's see where we've made a mistake. So everything else about it is fine. I just made the pin too long. So right there I could take a little bit off. Yep, that I will probably end up doing. And then here, this you can definitely take some off, but you don't want to mess up the ratio. So you can absolutely take some off of there as well. Okay, since we are on the cap, I'm going to go ahead and do just a little mark and then back it off to that point. Alright, this is going to be a little non-standard here. So we're going to back it up to like right here. So we're going to cut that little tip off. I don't know if you can see that, but here, I'll just show it up close right quick. So you can see right there, I'm going to take it down to about there, and that'll shorten up the cap just a bit and not mess anything up. So you can see, this is a better view, I guess. You can see the little Sharpie, and then you see the mark. So we got some room to play with still. So sometimes it happens, dude. But we're gonna take this, we're gonna just trim it back just a little bit more. And maybe Ben will be happy to see this, how I like to ride the bevel down on this one actually. For the most part, but I will go ahead and define my line here. So there's my line that we're going to cut off. So I need to make that tip here go to there. Alright, so for this you probably don't want to do too much more turning because of the high speed that it is, and you can see that so this is going to need to be sanded a bit. Can y'all actually see that? So this is basically the line that I was at before, and then it's got like a wavy line right here that, so this is what I just cut, what I was working on, and this is the actual line there. You can see that it's not perfectly circumferential, right? So that's why I don't advise turning to final diameter without it supported. However, you can have the speed slow and sand it. And that's what we're going to do to refine the shape again here. And then I'm going to get some other sandpaper from my big wheel over there. My big roll, not big wheel, big roll. Okay. There we go. That is just going to need a little bit of love over on the other side with the other sanding process. No biggie. Let's see where we're at now. Because we wanted to make the overall pin a little bit shorter. Okay, ratio-wise, it looks like the barrel's a little too long still. What does that look like to y'all? Does it look like it is right? Or it needs an adjustment anywhere? So we are closer, but we're still too long. So I'd need to shorten up the barrel a bit more too. But let's see, we're going to continue with the caps. We shall readdress that in a bit. Looks good to you? Oh, right on, man. Right on. Well, it's a little longer than it should be. It's just under 5 3/4, and it should be 5 1/2. That's typically the pin length that I prefer. 5 1/2 inches. But yeah. So just kind of using this as my marking line. That this right there is where it needs to be. You know, the part that makes this the hardest is because it's a Guardian model and I do a rounded side. In my mind, I can't go down further than here as far as my taper goes. I can't go narrower than like 15 millimeters right in this area, or I will be cutting it too close to where the shoulder on the inside is. So thinking about it inside and outside is just one of those things that you'll have to do. Same thing with like kit pins, because you can't drill or you can't turn too close to the brass, otherwise the blank could potentially show through, or it could be just a tiny bit offset somewhere, and then it will cause it to be a little offset. Michael, you just can't get enough of me today, huh? I'm just kidding. Welcome back, my man. Alright, so there is more or less the apex that I'm going for there. And we can't be too hard on this because it's still supported, but it doesn't have a huge support. So I've got to be quite linear in my turning, which means that I need to push where it's mostly supported. I'm going to need a different tool to finish getting in there. Totally not. It's close to bedtime. Yeah, man, I hear you. Are they at a young age or older, or how fun? I mean, I guess if they got a bedtime, probably a little on the younger age. That's cool. I got a 10-year-old and 12-year-old. See, I feel like that's bulging out. So it will tell me if that is the case. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Got quite a few, huh? Right on. Alright, this will be the last time for this paper. Nice, looks like we got it pretty smooth. First go. Looking good, looking good. Hey, must be a fun person to hang around. Dangerous. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know why I was doing that. Ill-advised. You missed my, you missed that stream. Yes, I did do Black Palm. And it was terrible. It was terrible. Stupid. It's not even wood. No, but I did finally end up making something. It's not beautiful, but it is something. But yeah. Let me go get that. Let me go get that. I'll go get that for you. Talk about a pain in the hindquarters. Alright, so these are all my first trials. And then this is the one that made it to completion. So for these, I'm going to have to figure out something else because you can see I broke the heck out of them. But yeah, this one, closest I've got to something that's like actually done. So yeah, I have not had great success with that. But if you have, dude, I'm telling you, like this right here, this part, it's so cool. What a cool wood, or grass, I guess. But what a pain in the butt. But I wouldn't toss it. I'd try it out. Yeah, I tried out at least a few times, but it did not work out for me. Not the my preferred. Hey Vinny, what's up, buddy? How you been, man? Happy Sunday. Good weekend so far? Working on some Ebonite pins here. Huh. So far, so good. Good to hear, man. All right, well, here are 2 of the Ebonite pins that I've made so far. They were much further along. All the drilling had been done. All I had to do was do a little shaping. But yeah, I got a few more Guardians, and then a few Marauders. And then I'll be moving to the other resin pens that I'm working on for the DC show, the cherry blossoms. But yeah, man, been a good time. I started today real strong with a lot of rambling. You also may be being commissioned, dope. But cast out of foam and resin? I don't know. I don't know about that. There's always a balance. I don't know where your skill set is right now, but there's always a balance. Some people want some custom work. That's awesome. And it can be the reason you learn whatever it is as far as techniques, but dangerous. I have not heard of shadow foam. What is that? Look them up, potential customer. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. Bam, bam. Layered toolbox peel away foam inserts. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Because that could be potentially useful for pin makers that are traveling, and or pin collectors that are traveling. I'm guessing it's not going to be easy. Hey, man. Some of the greatest things aren't. If it were easy, everybody would be doing it. Alright. This needs to come down a bit more. They want to do merch from foam offcuts. Interesting. Sounds like a good story. What could do you think I would be good with them for? Or they'd be good for me, or either way. Finding quirky tools from Tractor Supply. Huh. Interesting. Sometimes those types of things are really good to look at. Because you can be like, hey, I got this random idea, and then that could have been the missing piece to it. That happens a lot to me. That's why I go just around and look at different stores sometimes and look at stuff to get that inspiration, or just to see what else is happening out there. That looks like shit. Come on now. Ugh. I think I messed up. That's alright. It happens. There we go. You keep me posted? Right on, dude. I hope it goes well for you. There's so many opportunities out there. It's crazy. Like, I've got all kinds of grand ideas, but I can't implement all of them. At least I think that they're grand ideas, but hopefully if you've got a really good idea, you do also think it's good, and you pursue it. But yeah, shoot. Other avenues in this wheelhouse, there are so many, dude. So many turning avenues. Like, a lot of people like stuff that's turned, especially when it's unique stuff. It looks different than what's commercially available, and the people that don't want to buy the stuff that is commercially, or the people that want to buy the stuff that is commercially available, they're not going to buy your pens. You're not in the right area, because those people want mass produced, and that's okay, right? That's okay. Some people want mass produced. Is that a problem? No. It kind of reduces the amount of customers that are out there for you, but I wouldn't say that's a big deal. A showstopper, if you will. Is it too late? Too late. Late for love. Too late. Alright, it's not too late for love, but the song says it is. But yeah, I don't know exactly where we can have a community, man. Because on one hand, I like the Facebook group, but on the other hand, I don't want to manage it. I don't want to do it. I'd be a part of it, but I don't want to manage it. Or micromanage. I don't want to micromanage in it. And I think that that's kind of what would end up happening in some cases if, you know, it wasn't monitored how it should be, you know, like guacamole. Too late. But yeah, man. You know, using the logic of you are the sum of like the 5 people that you hang around most, using that kind of logic makes it interesting because if you wanted to be the average of the people that you hung around, you would probably hang around the people that are probably where you want to go in some ways, right? Or you want to have like different, I don't know, some people say that they're like super resilient and they can figure anything out. Boom. Those people, you want to hang around those people a little bit. And then some people that are like doing it, hustling out there, they're getting stuff done and making it happen. You want a little bit of that. And then a little bit of everything, you know. It's not any one thing that's going to be. But on the other hand, you kind of want to be your own person, so you just got to get that heading. But yeah, I think too that when you go to markets and then you go up to somebody that's a maker and you tell them that, hey, I'm a maker, I think really all you're going to get is one of 2 responses. And one of those responses would probably be like, oh, that is awesome. What kind of stuff is it that you like to do? Or you're going to get the, oh, you're one of those guys that can do everything. I don't know. It's weird because I was protective of a lot of things. But this is a part of me, like, streaming, that is. Streaming is a part of me, like, just sharing it. Anyways. Hey! You're blowing it all over here. We need it going that way. You're making me think I got, like, stars in my eyes. if you see little flying glitter pieces around, that's Abby. Abby is making a mess. All right, weird question, but I want to ask anyway. Anybody interested in like hanging out when I'm not in the workshop? Like, I play video games too. Anybody interested in hanging out with some video games too? I don't know. I just figured I'd throw that out there. It'd be kind of fun, I think. Yeah, the game I play is World of Warcraft. And it's kind of like, you know, my escape from work, I guess. I enjoy turning, but you can't just sit there and turn all day, every day. Not in this weather. Although that is what I used to do. But now it's like, all right, John, pump the brakes. Production's through the roof. Relax a little bit. Alrighty, this is one more of these. Lawrence, it is on my my link tree, but it's maverick.pins, and then it's JL Maverick underscore workshop. But yeah, they're in my social, or in my link tree, buddy. And yeah, so I have to look it up sometimes because Abby does the social medias for the most part. But yeah, let me look it up right quick. Let me see what I'm at. Yeah. So this is the first one that I'll put there. Let's see. That is that. And then the other one for my pins is that. So the first one is the one that, you know, that pretty much only I do anything with. And then the other one is one where we do the pins, we sell the pins, or show what we got new that's in the works or something like that. So, but yeah, that's how the gram is for me. Again, I don't manage many social medias. Doesn't mean I don't know what or how to do it. I just am not as well suited, well structured as Abby is. Abby is really quite structured, and it is something that is, well, that she excels at because she can do that pretty well. But yeah, but I did try to start a Facebook. I got a couple people in there, and I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do inside of it. Also have the Patreon, which I don't know. I'll probably just leave it at one tier, and I like to think I'm pretty approachable. But even that's kind of within reason. But yeah, and then I've got a TikTok as well that, you know, I don't really do much there either. So. Although I probably should. It'd be pretty good, I think. As far as like views or whatever. I think I could do alright there. Like I said. The things that I would put there is like, I don't know, like I don't know what the word is. Maybe like a hook for like a YouTube video or something like that. I don't know. But on the other hand, I don't make enough YouTube videos for that either. I like lives. And until I get somebody to like that's interested in making videos from my lives, it'll just be at the rate that it is now. Which, you know, I try, but do you want me to be a great pin maker, or do you want me to be a good YouTuber? And, you know, I'll be honest, the YouTuber part is kind of secondary, right? Because I just want to do this stuff the best that I can. But yeah, it's tough, man. It's a tough balance for me when it comes to all that stuff. Because I could be like, oh, what lathe should I buy? Oh, you should buy a Jet 1221 variable speed. Yeah, okay, but like that's the end of it. It's like I don't know, man. It's some people just like the confirmation aspect of it. They want to know that what they're thinking is a good way, or what they're doing is, you know, is actually working for somebody else. They want validation. And so it's, I got a mental block, we'll say, because, you know, those are valuable things, right? You know, what kind of lathe should I get? Well, you wouldn't necessarily know unless you've been shopping around for lathes and talking to people about them and all that stuff. But I think of this area as like a turning place. This is if you're turning, spindle turning, pin making, that's what I got here. You want to know more about other stuff? You know, I might know a little bit about it, but that's it. That's about it. I know a little bit about it. All right, cool, cool, cool. Let's see how long that is. Okay, that's closer, at least. Okay. Now it's fine. These two barrels need to be shortened a little bit. And it's always with the Guardians for me that I, you know, do a little weird stuff with. So I don't know what the dealio is. My brain doesn't want to work sometimes, I guess. You know, it's even kind of funny because in a way it's like, you know what you're looking at, you know what you should be paying attention to, but for some reason you cannot make your brain do it. Just like, you're like, I know the camera needs to point this way, but when I turn it the way that makes sense in my head, it's the opposite. And so when you're thinking about something like that, it's like, ugh. Well, how do you train yourself to fix it? Hey, S. Jack. How are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Oh yeah. No more tears. But yeah, man, how you doing? You a Turner? You just here to hang out? Either way, appreciate you. If you could, hit that like button. Let me know. Or you can tell me. That'll work too. Be alright with that. Oh yeah. Not narrow enough. A little bit more. A little bit. There you are. Yeah, see, it would be pretty cool to also make myself like, I like the idea of working through whatever it is somebody's having issues with, which is why I kind of made my the sheet that we can work together on and address whatever it is that you're having trouble with, or find an alternate solution, or I can tell you what it is that I came up with to remedy whatever problem that it is, or you know, we can work on whatever problem it is together. And I don't know, just I try to make myself available. Nobody's found that quite yet, I guess. But then again, on the other hand, I offer everything right here. You know, not really a reason to go elsewhere because I'm showing you everything right here. It could just be tailored, I guess, more towards you. And see, that's the type of stuff that I like doing. I like figuring stuff out, or taken away certain equipment in order to accomplish the same thing. And, you know, I know that there's a lot of people that don't like that, but I just like figuring out different ways to do something sometimes. And, yeah, that's one of my faves, one of my favorite things to do. But yes. And at least give off the impression that I'm having fun doing it. I'm just kidding. I love it. How would you cut the threads without a die holder on the lathe? I'm glad you asked. I've done it before on stream, and I used a pair of pliers. I've done that before as well. However, that is not okay. Not okay. But it would work. You're just not going to end up perfectly aligned how you should be every time. So I would suggest that as a stepping stone, not as a effective sequence. But yeah, I used pliers and held them. And then I pushed it in, and then I spun it. Yeah, it works, but this is actually the pin that it worked on. I made this pin on stream, you know, completely. I made this pin on stream, and basically it was one of those that's a single start, right? There's the 1/2 inch triple start. Here's a 3/8 triple start, or not single start, sorry. There is the 1/2 inch single start, 3/8 inch single start, and then there's the Parker refill that I used. So I made this, you know, on stream, and it was a matter of like, you know, going back and forth. Kevin was there, I think Sean was there, and it's not perfect, but it's pretty darn good, I would say. And then all I did was buff it, actually. I didn't really sand it very much either. But this is, right here is to show a single start as well. But yeah, it doesn't post or anything. But how you doing, Danny? Oh, is that a petunia? You brought us a petunia, huh? Come here, petunia. Say hey. All right, here you go. Here's a guinea pig. We call her Friar Petunia because she's got that bald spot at the top of her head. You got glitter all over your skin. Here. Thanks for bringing me the piggy. There we go. We got some guinea pigs. Yeah. But yeah, that's what that pin right here. This is made out of a diamond cast blank, and I made it all on the wood lathe with a 4-jaw chuck, and yeah. So I can show you how to do it. Pretty simple, but sheep have dinner. The pig is dinner. I'm just kidding. No, they eat all the time. Actually, their teeth will grow into their own head if they don't have anything to chew on. Um, did I know they taste nice? No, I haven't had guinea pig, but I suppose. You're working on getting a collet set from PSI? Man. Why do you want a collet set? I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying, you're asking. Because if you are building up for the pin stuff, then yeah, by all means, you get the collet and you get the keyless jaws. But yeah, I mean, I use a collet, and it is precise, and it is all that stuff. But if I was just making onesie twosie pins, I wouldn't have a collet. Yeah, I just wouldn't, because I know the workarounds for the other stuff. So starting over, you know, you have to start over in order to come up with those realizations, or find out those realizations, I guess. Because I mean, I bet if you talk to anybody, they're going to be like, all right, well, in order to make this, you're going to need this. Well, you don't actually need that. Anyway, when people say that I need certain things, that's when I like to take it away and be like, do I? Do I need that? I guess people that talk with extreme authority like that believe that they're the most right person. Those people are the ones that, well, I don't know. I don't know if I should elaborate on that, but it's almost malicious seeming. But really, if you think that your way's the right way, what are you doing around here? You should just be doing it over and over again. Or selling it. You know, if that's the only way to do it, go sell it. Don't mind other people that are doing it another way, that are having fun and you want to turn dip pins and maybe try bespoke pins. Well, my friend, I do make dip nibs as well. I just don't make them too often on stream, at least, because I usually did a batch of them and then bang them all out and then go from there. Let's see. Big Max, what's up, dude? How you doing? Let's see. So many ways to do things, you get confused. Yes, that's why it would be important to have like a mano a mano, so I know what you've got and we can build from there. Otherwise, it'll just be trying to, you know, constantly trying to figure out alternate ways to make something else happen a certain way, and when there's a good chance I've already put time into that, and so I could rule out potentially ways that you would go about doing it. Or we could collaborate and come up with a better way to do it that's already being done, which is another really cool potential. Ew. But yeah, so many ways to do things. Oh, that's on. Let's see. You need another lathe. Big Max, what do you need another lathe for? You don't need another lathe. Unless yours doesn't work. Then you might need a new lathe. That's good to hear that you were doing good, brother. Everything you like, you have to order, and family has to order. Well, dude, everything that you see here, I'm pretty sure I got, well, yeah, everything was ordered. The lathe was from Amazon. The Easy Wood tools I got from Amazon. The carbide I got from Amazon. Dust collection, cameras, calipers. Parting tool I got in store. But it's a Robert Sorby parting tool. Very thin. Could be even thinner, actually. It is... Oh. It's a 2 mil. Let's see. I know I just want digital to get it slower and reverse. What do you mean digital? What have you got? Ugh. Look at that. See, this is another thing I'm talking about. I can't be too helpful because I don't know what you got, and I don't know what it is that you're trying for. So, right. But yeah, man, you don't have to do exactly what it is that I'm doing. I didn't start by doing exactly what it was I'm doing now. So, you know. I didn't have a metal lathe. I only had a wood lathe that I spent, you know, tons of hours with. Let's see. You have a Grizzly 1646. Dude, there you go. You're good to go. Just rock that bad boy. Your lathe tools were gifted from... Oh, Lawrence, your lathe tools were gifted? Right on. That's pretty cool. But it only slows down to 550. That's fine. How much slower do you want it to go? I mean, I am all for getting some new stuff, man. By all means. You want to get some new stuff, go for it. But I do always wonder why. And if it's because you want to, that's fine. But if it's like a different thing for a specific purpose, I still encourage you to make sure that it's something that you want to do. But I'll be here for a while, you know, as long as I'm alive, I suppose. Which I intend on it being that way for a while. But yeah, I'll be making pins forever, I suppose. I don't know why I would stop. Unless some company was like, hey, I see what you're doing, and I need you to stop doing it, and we'll pay you like $1 gazillion to stop. In which case I would, you know, consider stopping at that point. But until that point, you know, I don't see why I would stop. In fact, I actually want to grow the whole thing bigger That way I can have people come over and hang out and make some stuff and share ideas and all that stuff. So those are my longer term goals, visions, ambitions. So hopefully I will have a decent enough following of people that also are interested in that will pursue it. But here's a Harbor Freight Tintin. Ew. Ew. Harbor Freight. I'm just kidding. We had a Harbor Freight, and if you started with a Harbor Freight, you wouldn't necessarily know any different, and that's fine. But if you do start with a more expensive lathe, and then you try out a Harbor Freight, you will be probably, feel a little different. It's like you don't go from, I'm not saying that a jet's a Ferrari by any means, but you don't go from a Ferrari to a Neon, a Dodge Neon, and think like, oh man, this is right on the money. This is the same. This feels exactly alike. Because let's be real, that's not the case. That's just not reality. So, to an extent, you kind of get what you pay for. But Harbor Freight is definitely a fantastic place to start, I guess. But one of my considerations would be, if you're going to spend that much money in the first place, maybe going just a little bit farther or saving a little bit longer, maybe it'll be worth it because, we did have the Harbor Freight central machinery lathe, and that thing was so sloppy and unrefined. Now, it could have been centered. Everything felt centered and right and everything. But it wasn't a digital, there wasn't a digital readout, which mine's actually broken. Mine doesn't work. Mine says E6 right now, so it's an error code. So mine doesn't actually tell me how fast I'm spinning or turning. I couldn't tell you necessarily. You'd like to upgrade to a Bauer? Nice. Aren't those about 600, somewhere around there? I saw one in store, but it was the larger model, and so I wasn't entirely sure what to think of it. But yeah, the Bauer seems, the spec sheet looks good, as far as like having like a 1 horsepower, and it's got a digital readout, doesn't it? Pretty sure it does. And it's got variable speed and got that stuff. So variable speed, forward, reverse. Like the only time I use reverse on this lathe, like I said, is when I'm threading, and it's partially because I'm lazy. Yeah, that's why I do a forward and reverse. So a little bit of lazy, a little bit of efficiency. So when you hear somebody that's like, you want to find the most efficient way to do something, is find the laziest person that is doing it, and then see how they're going about doing it, and then you'll probably find the easiest way. Anyway. And then the other central machinery, oh, let's see. You agonize over asking for help? Well, I did too. And I do still struggle with that, Lawrence. I don't like asking for help either. I'd sometimes get annoyed when people are trying to help. However, On the other hand, it would have expedited a lot of the stuff that I am currently doing. So it could be worth it. Oh, let's see. But yeah, asking people for help is one of those things that shouldn't be so taboo. Like, it really shouldn't be. Like, some people, sometimes you just need a little extra help. I don't know. When I was growing up, I was a kid in school that needed a little extra help. I wasn't smart. Well, in school, I wasn't smart in school. So I was thinking about that too, that I would always put myself around smarter people than me in school. And it's not just because like they were smart, it's because I liked them more. I liked that there were people that were academically inclined, because I wasn't academically inclined, but I was really into whatever it was that I was doing. And sports at the time was that, and I was pretty good at sports. I gotta say, I think I was pretty fortunate in, like, with my opportunities, I guess, where I did need a little extra help in school, because I didn't learn stuff very quickly, and I wasn't interested in it. So with those things combined, it's like, wow. So I had to have like a lot of one-on-one with some teachers, or small group sessions with my teachers, and fortunately I was able to have that when I was in school. So but it's partially because we had to ask. You know, I wouldn't have got that extra assistance if we didn't ask for it. Because some people, they just think that you're lazy, or some people, they just think that, you know, you don't know what it is that's going on. And in some cases, they're right. You don't necessarily, because you're still on whatever it was before that we're still trying to figure out. And so it's hard to move on when you don't necessarily know the stuff that's going on. You can't really build on something if you don't know the foundation of it in the first place. Anyway, like I said, I was pretty fortunate having the teachers around me that I did. I was in French immersion when I was in elementary school, and I don't remember any French from it now, but apparently, I asked my dad about it the other day, and he said that they pulled me out of French immersion because I was learning my subjects in French, and my French was getting better than my English, and so I had to switch that, I guess. But and then there's probably other people that are like, oh, they shouldn't have done that. They should have just left you there. Well, when you're a parent, you can choose to do that with your kid. I'm not mad one way or the other. I just thought it was kind of interesting that that's why they pulled me out. Because I was in French immersion, where you learn all your subjects in a different language, right? Whatever language immersion. So you're learning the subjects, and then you're also learning the language, but also learning the stuff with it. And, you know, partly it was because I was interested in it, you know.
Anyway. Usually just spin your work the opposite way to sand. Well, you know I don't sand hardly ever, and if I do, I'm not going to do that. What I will do is, I think a lot of people, this is my thoughts, I don't know for sure, this is just a speculation here, but I speculate that people don't like to do lateral sanding, and so their solution is to spin it in reverse and do the opposite of what they had done before. And so I've never had to do reverse sanding because we laterally sanded. So, like I said, I hardly ever use reverse. You've been sick all your life and wouldn't well, I don't know. Because a lot of the challenges, man, those things are like your battle scars of life. Those are your battle scars. Everybody's got battle scars from, you know, the different things that they have accomplished throughout their life and stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily wish it on anybody else, but, you know, I don't think that it would be unfortunate for somebody else to have what it is that, you know, made me the way that I am, I guess. At least that's kind of my thoughts on it, I guess. Okay, those are looking good. This, yep. And then these barrels, I think I need to take down just a little bit more. No, not that one, this one. This barrel, I need to take down just a little bit more. So maybe in some cases, people view that as an extreme advantage. You know, I'm not trying to necessarily sugarcoat it, but, you know, some people, they think of hardships in life as an advantage because it gives people the inspiration to talk about whatever it is that they had to overcome relative to what other people had to overcome. And so, have you ever seen the blind wood turner? The blind wood turner, like, even if he was a blind wood turner, which he is, if you watch any of his videos, he's like in the dark in his workshop just turning because he doesn't know the difference, which is really, it's so cool. Kind of crazy at the same time, but yeah, he's just in the workshop turning and he's blind. And you're like, good for you. You use that as something to, like, make yourself not like a you're portraying yourself as somebody who overcame whatever it was instead of somebody who was unfortunately dealt those cards and not able to work through whatever it is. But, you know, this is probably there's probably a lot of different takes on whatever it is, and that's fine. Those are just how I see some things. And everybody's got their own way that they see certain things. Which is good, which is a part of, like, having the community stuff, you know? It's like everybody's got these different backgrounds and different stories, because if it was the same story all the time, how entertaining would that really be? It wouldn't, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Because there's just a lot of things, a lot of avenues, a lot of potentials, a lot of routes, a lot. We've also watched the blasted. I don't know who that is. You just want to grow in your hobbies? Yeah, I hear you. And that's really what it's about. You know, being the best version of yourself. Not to get like all religious and stuff on people here for a second, but check this out. Something that I heard a guru say. He actually is a yogi, but it's like, what is the highest version of yourself? And it's when you think of what you're able to do and what you decide to do, and those are different things, and obviously the different equations will take you to different destinations. What I'm saying is, when people think of God, they think of some person, right? But here's an interesting way to think about that. What if your idea of God was just a direction that you believe that you should be pursuing? So it's not a religious thing. It's more like here's a different way of thinking about that, perhaps. And you know, I saw this when I was at basic training in the military many moons ago, in the 2007 area, and it was, you know, just I went to different religions because on Sundays you could do that. On Sundays you could do that at basic training. Everybody was able to exercise their religious freedoms and stuff. But I would go to different religions and, you know, kind of see, and all of them really are just kind of like blueprints to make the best version of yourself. You know, obviously with a lot more nuance to it, but if you wanted some broad strokes on what that was, it's just, you know, just a projection of what you think you should be. I want to be virtuous. I want to be helpful. I want to be all of these things. And so, there you go. But also the opposite could be true. You find more joy in, you know, not pursuing those things, so you just take the opposite route, and then you kind of end up at a different destination. And from my understanding, some people end up with more regret that way. So that's also why I like to talk to older people that have, you know, had more life experience and stuff like that. Have I made any of these with flat ends? Any of these? Yeah. I made like 4 or 5 of them. Four of them. You must have been snoozing. There we go. There they are. So there's these. Now these are going to go over to Abby, and she's going to continue working on them. Here you go. Oh, that's kind of cool. But no, I wasn't trying to make that into like a religious something or other. That wasn't the intent. It was more like when you think of that, what comes to mind? And for me, I just think of, you know, what is good. we've kind of, as a society, we structured what good is. And then, you know, I'm always of that mindset too, that success is leaving clues. So when you look back, it's always 2020. So that's like another valuable lesson, that when you look back at something, it'll show you what you did wrong. You just have to find out what that was. Or, you know, I guess the other side of it is you just play with the cards you're dealt. So I guess there's a lot of ways to take whatever it is. But I think that all revolves around how you position yourself as the individual in whatever circumstance. I'm playing the air guitar. What's up?
I've been doing the same one for the last like 2 hours.
What? What?
I've been doing the same thing for like hours.
Well, move on. You gotta try a different idea.
No, I finished one like that already. It's my favorite one yet.
Oh.
So
So,
I'm still working on that one.
gotcha. Can I hit?
No,
I gave you lots of canvases.
this is why they're gonna cost $600.
Anything that we could use that would make it better, faster, anything?
I think I just need to work on my technique and not rushing parts of it. Because
You wanna come chat?
yeah,
Thanks. I was just talking about, you know, like being a decent person and being ethical in business, and you know, just talking about not the religious aspect of it, but you know, just the fact that
you can be the person.
you just be what you think you should be.
Well, society dictates really what's good people versus bad.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm over there working on
You
the
can switch it.
super special
The
pen.
overview here and then vertical there.
That are using those Ebonite ones. Hi, Hannah. Welcome. I don't know if you've been hanging out.
Hannah, here's your shout out. What's up?
Yeah, he literally shouted it in my ear, so there you go. Extra shouty. Anyways, so I'm working on a special finish / new style of pen that is using those base Ebonite pens that John was just shaping for me. And I'm at the, I don't know, still figuring it out phase. Like I know I want what I want to do with it and how I want it to look. And it's about now getting the process down. So yeah, it's I can definitely tell if I start getting frustrated or rushing any of it, that's where I'm getting issues or mistakes. So I really gotta be patient with them. I think I've changed my mind a little bit. John and I talked about doing a bunch of the same one. I'm kind of not thinking of doing too many of the same one at once. But
I don't care. We had a little powwow, and you like the idea, you don't like the idea, it's okay.
no, I didn't really like
Either
the
way,
idea from the
it
beginning.
doesn't matter. Ultimately, just bring the idea to life.
Right, which is what we're doing. Or what I'm doing. And John's doing the stuff. So, yeah, that's what I knew I was going to get up today, Sunday, and work on that most of the day. So I'm hoping to finish this pen. I finished one of them, and I'm really happy with it. And I'm hoping the other one will become a finished pen. I'm finishing the body now and have to do the cap still. So I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm going to keep working on it and actually get it finished today, or if I'm going to quit and go make dinner because
Dinner?
yeah,
Oh, jeez.
it's 4:30. Well, I don't care. I didn't eat breakfast. I made all of y'all pancakes and I didn't
Oh,
eat
yeah,
anything.
thank
So
Well, let me know.
I
When you're
haven't
ready to
had.
get your wow on, dude.
Yeah, I haven't had anything to eat and I'm hungry. So
Do we have? You said we had an energy bevy.
yeah, they're little mini ones, but I have an orange one for you.
Yeah. Where's that?
In the fridge. It's called Orange Kiss. They're little mini cans.
Oh, I thank you. I'll put this back.
My headphones are dead too. Like that's how
Your
long I.
headphones?
Yeah, I
Why
think.
is the show stopping?
Yeah, I know. I think I'm gonna finish this body and then call it quitting time. But as far as what I do here around the shop, most of our friends already know because I've said it every time. But we always get new people. So I'm Abby. I'm John's wife. I do all of our resin work. So for like the cherry blossom pens that he's about to get started on. So I make all of our resin blanks and I do all of the finishing and detail kind of work for the pens. And yeah, John does all the turning.
Like a boss.
Yeah, like a boss. You don't have to yell.
But only like a boss. Not
as
a boss.
the boss.
Not the boss. Just like a boss.
Yeah.
You look nice.
Thank you.
And glittery.
I am, y'all.
You look like Edward.
I'm not sure that it'll come across on either of the cameras.
That is a.
But I am very sparkly.
You didn't know that's a Twilight reference.
John knows because we have 2 girls. Anyways, I don't know that it's picking up, but I am like, I'm gonna have to shower all this glitter off. Oops, sorry, because it's everywhere. Everywhere. For a minute, John was looking at me like the fan is blowing them over here. Sorry.
Whoa, it's blowing them from.
I know. Well, I had the fan. No, I tried it. I don't like the orange.
Oh.
But I don't really like orange.
Oh, I got you the orange ones. Thanks.
No, they came in the pack, and
These
I don't
are
like the
junk
orange ones.
that I didn't
They're not
order.
junk. You like orange. I don't really like orange flavored things.
Has it got vitamin C in it?
I don't know. I don't know what's in it. Oh, it's got vitamin B12 and stuff.
Well, of course it does. That's what gives it the energy part.
That's
that and caffeine.
Not all those things. Anyways.
Is there's no sugars?
No, there's no sugars.
Oh, 100
100 what?
milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah, they're minis. They're the mini drinks.
Coffee's got like what is it?
50 to 60, I think, for regular brewed coffee. Okay, well, I'm gonna get back to that. My timer's
Sweet,
done.
dude. Good job.
You want me to tell you after we eat?
Sure.
You don't want to eat.
No, I just want to go play some Wazizow.
Okay. Well, you can come in and do that while we eat.
I'm gonna turn some sections. Mental. All right, come on back over here, y'all. Y'all. I might not be the prettiest turner, but my goodness. See anybody else turning? Steadily. Live. Huh? I don't think so. And if you do, let me know. That way I'll go check them out. All right, right now we're going to be working on some sections. I've got 12 to do, and that might be the end, so I don't know. This is what production turning is like. Can these pins be made where the cap snaps on? Yes. But that will take like a little bit of a feat of engineering and process that you'll have to refine. So the immediate way I could think about how to make it into a snap cap is if you made this section a little thicker, that way it would be a gasket would be sandwiched between the barrel and the section, and then have a little recess on the inside of the cap that would make it so it would snap in. Otherwise, you'll have to like build something on the inside deep into the cap that'll make it so the section
it will have like a little recess in there that it will snap over. But that's obviously a lot harder. So they can be snapped on, but it's not simple until you break it down enough. But yeah, I'd say it's a challenge. But I've made some different types of connectors, but I haven't quite landed on one that I like most yet. Well, I've got a few more, but here's a couple of them. So we'll start with this one. So this was supposed to be, you know, just a one stick pin, and then it had a refill that would be able to go into the back here. Let's see. So this is one of the ideas that I was playing around with. But making the pieces connect is the easier way to go about it, I would say, because of let's see, is this even made for this one? No. I don't know what this one was made for. But yeah. Anyway, I was trying to get a refill, but that's not the right one. I think I made it for a Visconti. But yeah. So this, you know, posts, and this is where the tip would come out. And then here, you know, it's just kind of a deep set there. So there's no threads. So the question becomes, how do you hold it to turn it? Right? And so there's a couple ways. One, you could just like hold it, or you can have one with like a little locking cylinder in there. So it's basically a rod that's this diameter that would go in, and then it has like a little, like a floating pin that would expand. It would cause it to expand and hold it while it's turning. But that causes a lot of outward pressure. So you're running, I ran into messing that part up. Not to mention this part back here was, you know, just trying something out. So that's one of the types that I have made, but that's just for like an ink refill. And then here's the one that I made for like a fountain pen, but I've since iterated on this and I've got a much better one. But that's it right here, where the section's like super long, and you know, it sits, but it had to sit to where this part in the middle was the thickest point. So this is the thickest point, and that's where this cap actually locks into. So it's just a friction fit. It's not going to fall off. So it's one of the ones that I have actually kind of liked, but I'll have to keep working on it. The threads would be better? Yes. So I concur. I think the threads make it easier for this stuff to happen, but you know, don't let that limit you on your creative endeavors, because I've used some where I use like a jam chuck kind of thing. Let's see, I don't know where my other pin is, but it's really cool. It's over. And then another closing mechanism that I was working on is this little guy. So this hopefully won't look like much to you, actually. But you can see that I've got like a single start, but then it goes all the way to here. And so this is the side it came off of. And so imagine this being the cap and this being the pin.
So here's the pin, and then this cap would go to the other side and still work, right? Which is pretty dang cool. So threads, I'm for it. Anyway, I'll be annoyed if I see that around, but you know, I didn't jump on it fast enough, so there's that. And then, oh, there's my nib. Okay. Let's see. I'm missing a part of this one, but just imagine that I have, well, actually I could just throw a barrel on the back of it. Down. Where's my little, I had a little barrel. Alright, well, let's just pretend that this has a little barrel. Alright, you got to switch to phone. That's all good, man. So, check this out. This is one of the other clever ideas that I was thinking about. Oh, man. Oh, man, look at that. Oh, you don't even know what's happening, do you? Good. Alright, I'll tell you anyway. So basically, this is a section, right? So this is the section. I trimmed it to be the right size for the threads on the back end here. And then this is the standard for the barrel, right? So I trim everything to this size, and then it will go in, and it'll post like that, but it'll have enough room on the inside of this cap here for both the section, right? It'll have enough room in the cap for the section, but it'll also have enough room for the barrel when you flip it over. That way it'll just kind of thread into it, because you don't want it to thread all the way in. You just want it to like put a little bit of pressure on the inside. So I got to play around with the size that I want it to be. But yeah, this is, you know, kind of like a little lipstick pocket fountain pen kind of thing that I was working on. But here's one of the main problems, is because I've got it like this, I should have probably have a stopper or something at the base to stop it right there. So that's kind of what I was thinking about. If I had a stopper there, but then I would have the problem on the opposite side where it wouldn't go. So we're still at the drawing board. I think the best solution in this case would be to make it so I only do a partial turn in, and the cap is long enough to where it will only let that go partially in, or the barrel will only go partially into the cap. Anyway, one of the cool ideas, if I do say so myself. So it's kind of like a combination of the previous one that I showed as well. But if you want something like super duper simple, forever pencils, or get a mechanical pencil and drill a hole all the way through, create the threads, and now you have a mechanical pencil. I've made those for my kids quite a bit. The hell is that? Alright, well, it's not in there either. I think I might have broke the barrel on that one because I was trying something else. But that's okay, right? We're here to turn some sections anyways. I don't even know if y'all want to know about any of the designs that I was working on. But I've got a couple other mistakes that were made over here too. So this is when I was trying to figure out how to put a cap on, or a clip on. So here you go. You got your regular pin, you just made it a little bit longer, and what you do is you thread it a little bit, right? And then you have a little bit of a recess that is the diameter of the actual piece right here. So you want to make sure that it fits how you want it to be. So some people like it flat and flush so you can't actually see the clip, or you can cut it smaller so it will be exposed. But then you have to cut a little channel, or I don't know if you'll be able to see it. You have to cut a little channel for the clip to actually go through. Come on, there we go. So that, I just hold the clip into place, and then this just does a couple threads in, and it holds the clip in place, right? So there's that one. Here's another one that I was trying out. Another, like a friction fit that I was trying to figure out and make happen. This was, when I was much worse at turning. Like, there's a lot of principles that I didn't know or use, obviously. But, yeah. And this right here, this is what happens when you sand or turn offset. Because, again, I sucked and I didn't know what I was doing. But, yeah. It fits a Parker refill. Not beautifully, so I'd have to do some adjustments in there, but it would also post. So you got that. It would post one way and, close, and you could put a clip on it if you wanted to. Let's see, what else have I done that was weird? Here you go. This is one of the first ones that I made that I had it in my pocket, and then it fell out of my pocket and it broke, unfortunately. But that was one of the first ones that I brought to completion, and it was pretty offset. But yeah. And it's a single start. It's a single start. So, kind of holds on. Not very well though, because this is a different single start. And this is what happens if you you cut too close to the top of the hole, and you'll just pop that little tip right off. That's what will happen. Whoops. So, yeah, you just make mistakes. Learn from them, make some more, and then learn from them. And then just keep going. Oh, this was actually the section for it, I think. Yeah. Look at this size difference. Like a little tiny stick on a massive... I mean, it won't fit right anymore, but that's what it was. And then obviously the tin in there, but it broke. That's all right. Use it as learning points. How does the saying go? If you're not messing up, you're not doing anything. Well, you're not trying anything new. Something like that. But yeah, you gotta try new stuff. You gotta try new stuff. All right, 0 to 12. And for the record, I do larger sections as well. When I do an M15, when I make a M15, it's considerably larger. Like, here, let me show you this first. Okay, so, wait. Sorry, not that one. There we are.
Started off the same side.
Nice, that's cool.
It's so big.
All right, so this is the M13, and here's the M15. you can see that it is quite a bit different. Yeah, it's quite a bit different. And so when you consider that, then you have the potential to use larger sections, even if it's the same size nib. So this section right here is actually much larger, but I don't need to cut much of it off. So yeah, that's just some of the other stuff that I've done. I did rearrange a lot of stuff, so this is my first attempt at sleeving wood, so don't do it this way. So I tried to make it so I would sleeve it this way, and then this part would come out, and then I was envisioning that I could take the wood, you know, pretty close to the material here, which is just a resin blank actually. But what happened was, because it was a little bit of wonky like this, you can see that it took away some of the wood in some of the areas on both the cap and the barrel. And so if I just continued that, I'd end up with like no wood. But I just left it like this, and in the future I would just cut that off and then put another piece on it. Same with the body. So this isn't all a loss, I would say. It's, again, a learning point. Because yeah, I've got a lot of pieces like that where I would use them for just like to try something else out, or you know, all kinds of stuff. Just try it. If you don't know, go for it. You work at my pace, and something new each time. Right on. I do have a little bit of a slower pace of things, don't I? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I get. But I know that some people prefer something a little bit, get to the point already. Let's see. I think people like that will never be experts in anything. They're always so impatient and just trying to get to the finish line. Why? What's the point at that point? I don't know. I like learning, and I like making mistakes. Although I don't in the time. It's when you look back on it, right? But if you don't look back on your stuff, you know, you might not learn. I don't know, man. Just random thoughts with yours truly, I guess. But see, Lawrence, you will actually reap the benefits of it, I think, because you're here, you know, watching a lot of it happen, and so I think that you'll be able to accomplish some more things. And because you're also asking questions and thinking about how things happen, and that's good. Like, that's how it should be. You should. Just to get you I guess, caught up with what I'm doing here. What it is I'm working on some cherry blossom sections. Well, these are actually just pink sections, but they're for the cherry blossom pins that are going to be for the DC pin show. Because that one's coming up. And if you don't know, the DC Super Show is July 31st. July 31st. Grass is green and the birds are pretty. You learn a lot, but execution is terrible sometimes. Well, I mean, it's how it was for me a lot. I can't tell you how many times I got to the end of a pin when I was like first starting out and I was trying to like get the steps right and get the sequence right and all that. Oh man, it took me tons of times. Tons of times. Like I'd have my kids out here writing down stuff as I would go, and kind of funny. But I would get to like the end of a pin and then, you know, want to start on another one and be like, alrighty, how did I start? I don't remember how I started. So it's kind of funny because you'll run into things like that too, I think, that you'll do it and then you can make it all the way to the end and everything, but then you're like, alrighty, here's a blank, where do I start? How do I start again? But yeah, sometimes I trim my blanks down, sometimes I, you know, have them wonky, and it's all a matter of, can I bring them all to the same finish line, no matter what my process is, and that's kind of one of the things that I like to work on, because I want to make it accessible for people that want to know how to do it. Just like making rings, a lot of people, you know, a lot of people like the idea of making rings, but they don't want to do it production-wise. And I think once people see that fountain pen making takes as long as it does, you'll either view that as like a red flag, or you know what, I can really sink my teeth into something like that because I like things that take a long time and have a lot of steps and are finicky and not forgiving. Or I like to do things that challenge me, and I'm all about a challenge of sorts. But I also like self-induced challenges a little more than other people's suggestions sometimes. Don't let me down. But yeah, man. I mean, Maverick pens isn't just. It's more. To me, Maverick pens is more like this is my take on pens. You know, it's not like this is how to make a Maverick pen, or this is what Maverick pens is. But really, a Maverick is somebody that's like their own trailblazer. They kind of do their own thing, and while they have an idea of what's going on around them, they still kind of just do their own thing the whole time. They don't worry so much about what other people have to say about it. But, you know, to an extent, you can follow that formula, you know. But that's why, you know, I like the idea of people being a part of a Mav crew, because it's not just a matter of making a fountain pen. It's solving problems one after the next and not stopping until you get to a solution that you're content with. Break me down.
Alrighty. I'll tell you this from. Your execution comes in reverse sometimes. Well, it happens, I suppose. But that's awesome. It's like looking back, you know? It's kind of like that hindsight being 2020, where you're going with what you're most familiar with, or you most recall, or something like that. But you know, I used to write down what it was that I was doing as far as the sequence goes, and I refined it over and over and over again. So what you're seeing is like hundreds of iterations of different processes of different trial and error, but you know, it's kind of like you don't necessarily care where that started. You just care about what is coming out of what it is that's being done. So, like, people that buy these pins will most likely not watch the making of, unless they're really into small makers and how they go about doing it. And then, you know, that kind of opens up a whole nother avenue of, you know, pin enthusiasts that are like, yeah, these are 100% handmade, or they're made on a lathe, or they're made with the CNC, or the material was made from this person, or stuff like that. People will have, everybody has a team that they like to cheer for, you know, whether it is a political team or a football team or a pin maker or whatever it is. You have your own teams that you like to see successful. So my aim is to find people that are like that and want to help others improve. Although I am a little resistant to some inputs. You may have heard it. Everybody's got their own burden to bear. Sometimes they just don't like whatever it is. Sorry, man. My nose is running a little bit. Gosh darn allergies.
it's about the community. And people that get mad about things like that, I think it's because they don't want their territory encroached upon. But in some cases, I don't think it's unwarranted. But, you know, if you're focusing on what everybody else is doing all the time, you won't be paying any attention to what it is that you should be doing. So, probably a weird thing for me to say, because you'd think that I want you doing whatever it is that I was doing. Probably, but I don't. I want you to be able to look at this type of problem and be able to dissect it and make it your own and be able to do it yourself too. Because I think it would be really cool to be able to replicate some components for existing pins. That way it can have a little bit more flavor, you know? Some of the things, like, could you imagine this bright pink thing on like an African blackwood pin? Maybe even with some accents? Like, what would that look like? So like pink accents on an African blackwood, and then you've got like, I don't know, you got like other accents, you got different color finials, you got different color clip, like tons of stuff. And so when people think about like production turning like this, you're kind of like, okay, so for production pin making like this, I've worked this process out, you know, pretty thoroughly. And this is actually one of the bigger sets of blanks that I'm doing production wise. But what I'm really getting at is having your way of doing something is where it's at. But in order to build that, you need to have a starting point. And it might as well be these simple pins that I'm making for you to start out, and then, you know, start playing around with segmenting and finials and all kinds of other stuff. Overlap caps and barrels and threading the sections for the cap. That way the barrel actually doesn't do much of anything except connect to this back of the section, because the threads aren't on it because they're on the section. That's, you know, just one example, I guess. Some people, they try to make themselves different by doing Bach versus Jowo, but it's like, really? A different nib? And that's different enough, huh? Well, it's not. It's not. Both Jowo and Bach nibs are made in Germany, and a lot of pin companies use the same maker. They don't use the same nibs necessarily, but they use the same maker, and they have arranged whatever agreement with the company that makes theirs special. And then if you start getting enough traction, like Mont Blanc did, then you will bring that type of thing in-house. And that's pretty cool. So they make their nibs and stuff in-house and do a little tuning action from their nib meisters, which is cool. But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, it's a sheet of metal. You know, just like everything, you can simplify it down to where it's like almost seems dumb in the first place. But when you do that type of thing, you're missing all the other stuff about it that made it valuable in the first place. And as with anything, value has different numbers, or there are different things that make up value, really. Yeah. You like figuring things out on your own? Yeah, I do too. And I've had to like almost train myself to be patient with some of these things, because I really wanted to know how it was made and how to do it. And so I would just think about it. I wouldn't necessarily talk to anybody other than Abby. This was a time where I thought everybody was trying to get the take my ideas. I think every creative goes through that kind of phase, huh? I don't want them to steal my ideas. Well, then implement your ideas. There's no shortage of ideas. No. Believe it or not, you looked into fountain pen styles, and they make these other pens for left-handed. Yeah. I mean, there's some obliques as well that are also pretty interesting. Those are the only fountain pens that I know that are for like lefties specifically. But, you know, one of the things that I was thinking about is that whole oblique pen. If you don't know what an oblique is, it just means that the nib is offset. So let's say that this is like the section, right? I'm writing with it, but the actual nib itself is over here. Or for left-handed people, it's, you know, over here. It's over on the other side. So you're writing with your hand right here, but this is actually where the nib is that you're writing with. So I was thinking about something like that for, you know, a different type of implement, you know, a different type of handle. So I just like smushing ideas together and trying out different things like that. And, you know, I think that there would be some people that would at least try it out. So you just give ideas away? Well, if you're not going to implement them, you might as well. Like, the reason I even bother saying some of my ideas is because I'm trying to get a feel of what people would actually think about them. And if I get like a kind of interesting feedback, if I get any sort of feedback, I kind of factor that into my whole decision-making my decision-making process. Sorry. And kind of base it off of what I think somebody would be interested in. Is this gimmicky, or is it actually a good idea? So, you know, these types of things are all things that you would only know as like an enthusiast or somebody who is actively trying to improve what it is that they're doing. Whereas some people that aren't actually passionate about what it is that they're doing, they'll just see somebody, they'll replicate it, and then be like, well, why isn't my stuff doing as well? Because you're not that person. You are not them. And that's just the reality. You are not the same person. But that's the beauty in it too. Is it is because you're not the same person, you get to create your own space.
anyway, that's my thoughts on that. I got lots of thoughts. It's the way them nibs are shaped. Even these pins like you're making, yeah. I mean, the pins that I'm making are pretty simple, standard fountain pens. Like, there's nothing crazy about them. It's pretty straightforward, the construction. And you know, if you can get that part, then you'll be able to start thinking through other processes of how to make, you know, other connecting pieces, or how can I put a finial on that, or how do I sand the inside, or all kinds of stuff. Some people do great internal sanding and polishing stuff, and they make that look like it was made that way, which is incredible. If you wanted to see somebody that was able to do that, Pins by Pasquale is one of the people, one of the pin makers I know of. And I actually have a pin from him that, you know, it's got one of those great demonstrator. It's called a demonstrator. But yeah, they did a great job on it. Look up Ebonite in a bit. It's just rubber, man. But you can get it from quite a few places, actually. Yeah, you can get them from, well, obviously Japan, from Nico Ebonite. But if you were looking more specifically at like blanks, you can look at Beaufort. You can look at, I think Turner's has stuff. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, we've thought about carrying some Ebonite to where people could buy the blanks if they wanted them. But you know, we're not really blank sellers like that. Abby makes the blanks and then we sell those. We don't usually buy the blanks to sell. But if we did custom Ebonite, we might consider throwing that out there. But you know, everybody can go get their own Ebonite, really. Why would I buy yours? Well, that's a good question. I don't know. Because you want these custom colors and you can't get them anywhere else because they aren't made. So then you have a couple avenues from there where you can go get them made, or you can just reach out to the people that already had them made and use the stuff that they got. So it is a money game at that point in some cases. Loaded. The ones with the split tip. So you're talking about the parallel pen? That was pretty neat. I need to finish making that darn thing anyways. Let me find it. Let me see. I'll see if I can find it. And then if I do, I guess I'll try to finish it. Oh no, that's why I didn't finish it, because I had to make a different mandrel for it. No, I didn't want to do that. That'll be a different time. You like Abby's blank? She does an excellent job. Thank you. I'll let her know if she didn't hear. But yeah, we do our best to be, you know, be yourself. What do you want to see on the market? Or what do you think people want to see on the market? Either way, pursue that. Anyway. Alright, we got 5 to go. On a 9.
love isn't always on time. Copyright strikes. Hey, Shahan. Alright, I'm sorry, I messed that up. Is the J pronounced like an H, or is it a hard J? I don't remember. But, hello, welcome to Maverick Workshop. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I make fountain pens and diamond painting pins and other craft handles that I feel like making. But I spindle turn all the time with carbide. You might see me use some steel every once in a while, but that's would be rare. In your area, probably bolt action pins, right on. Fly fishing. Oh man. So, something that I saw that was a pretty cool idea. I don't know who to give the credit to, but somebody that I saw on Facebook, they made a pin and they used the brass as like a spool. And what they did is they took like some string, like different types of string. You could use crochet, you can use thread, you could use whatever. But what they did is they covered it and then they bent some needles around it too, and then they had like a little spool. And the theme of it was they made a themed pin for somebody who was a seamstress, and I was like, that is so cool. And so I tried something out that was similar to that, and I cut a channel, you know, similarly to how a ring channel is, and then I tried spooling something like that up as well, just to kind of do something a little different, right? I'm kind of using that idea, but doing it slightly different. And the same thing could be done with like fly fishing stuff. You just get a fly fishing lure and you bend it to the shape of the brass tube or whatever, then you wrap it around. Wood turnings? That sounds about right. But either way, it was really cool, right? It's a cool idea. And so he used it for like a seamstress theme. You could use it as a fly fishing sort of theme, and you're not like, you're kind of using that idea as inspiration instead of copying exactly what it was that they did. So I'm just trying to look at things as a way. I guess that's also what I do when I'm driving down the street. When I was wood turning at the very beginning, when I was driving, I would look at the side of the road and see logs, and I'm like, oh man, that'd be some good turning stock right there. I bet every woodworker, wood turner, anybody, cabinet maker, I bet they look at that and it's like, huh, that would suck to work with, or I bet that's got some good secrets in there, or, you know, I bet people would have a thought about it that's on par with that, which is really funny to think about. I thought about making a little video about that. Not a video, but like a short, where I would drive by a piece of wood and be like, oh, that's a nice looking piece of wood. And then just be really amazed at it. Because some people, they can't let it go. And so you seen a fishing blank like that? Sweet. Nice, dude. I haven't seen that, but I'm not surprised that it's out there, because it was a really cool thing. and a really clever idea. So I hope it is something they were able to, you know, capitalize on that idea. You know, be able to share that idea, and people gave them credit where the credit was due. I guess unlike what I did, but I'm also not doing it, so I don't feel that bad. Your family thinks doing resin is dangerous. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. It is dangerous if you aren't handling things properly. Then yeah, it absolutely can be dangerous. And I'm not saying that the way that we do it is the best way to go about doing it either, because I'm sure there is a safer way to do it, right? So there's always a safer way to do something. That's why you wanted to get some blanks. Y'all, you have to use money orders. Weird. Well, I'm sure we can figure something else out. Sure, we can figure something else out, man. Yeah, I'm sure we could probably figure something out. But there's always a way, man. But yeah, resin absolutely can be dangerous. Probably not for you if you're doing it in your well-ventilated area, but for people who try to do it in like confined spaces, that's where it's probably not as good. And I'll be honest, I don't think we're taking all of the precautions that we could be. But we try to be mindful of things like that. And you get some blanks. Yeah. That's all right. No problem. Yeah, man, I think if you put your mind to whatever it is, that you can accomplish it. Well, at least in this case, you can definitely make a pin. Yeah, I mean, that can define you if you want it to. I'm probably on a spectrum as well. But you know, obviously I don't know the whole story about you, Lawrence, but if you can turn, I can teach you to make a pen. Or if you have the patience to learn something, I can teach you how to do it. My dad, who knows nothing about pen making, I have him doing stuff like the Karate Kid. I have him doing like wax on, wax off kind of stuff right now. And because I can structure how he's going to learn, you know, I kind of feel like that gives me a advantage because he doesn't have any previous knowledge about pen making. So my dad is, you know, kind of like a clean slate when it comes to teaching anything. So I just show him the right way, or the way that I want it done, and then have him practice with supervision, and then have him do it on his own. So I think here's one of my thoughts. I got a lot of them, but here's another one. Is I think people are so afraid to make mistakes that it hamstrings them. And I don't think this applies just to people's everyday life. I think it applies to turning as well. I think some people, they will, me included by the way, I was so reluctant to try this material that somebody sent to me that was like, the material itself was like $400 or something like that. And so when I broke that down, that ended up being about $50 to $75 a blank. And so I'm just like, oh my gosh. But, you know, I told the people that I told the person that I didn't know what was going to happen with this material. I've never worked with it, so it might end up as nothing. And so when you have somebody that takes a chance like that on you, like, it's pretty incredible. I was so grateful to be given, you know, an opportunity like that. Like, they knew that I was going to do my best and try to make everything work. And like, they sent me the material, but then again, they also paid for the work that I did on them. Well, the pins that I made out of them. They didn't pay for my learning, but they did pay for the material for me to learn. So sometimes you got to trade a little bit, you know, to try and level yourself up. But yeah, the stuff was called Oporex, and it's a lab-grown opal, and I was really surprised because that stuff was really popular at the time. Now it's just kind of unusual to see it sometimes, but it's so unique. There's nothing that looks like it. But yeah, she bought a blank, had it sent to me, and that's what I did. I tried it out. I found limitations of it. I found that it was hard on the tools. It is a little harder on the tools if the material's harder. So, I mean, you just do it anyways, because that's just the cost of learning in some cases. Like, you want to learn how to do something, you got to do it. And so I think a lot of people are very reluctant to give themselves the space to try it. But yeah, I think that people should, if you're not learning from it anymore, then you probably shouldn't do it. Or or if it becomes more costly than you think that you could ever recover, then obviously you shouldn't continue down that avenue either. Or you can do what stubborn people do, and then you see all the red flags and you're just like, whatever, I'll see you in my rear view mirror as I pave my way to success. So, you know, you kind of determine whatever it is. At least that's what I think. Do you want it to work? Make it work. If you don't want it to work, don't try very hard. It won't work. So, I'm a pretty, I guess in some cases, I'm a pretty straightforward thinker. You want something to be better, then make it better. You want it to be something, figure out how to make it that whatever that you want it to be. One of my instructors, when I was going through selection, he was like, at the time he was like 65 years old, and he was swimming and running better than most of us, like us 18 to 25-year-old dudes, and he was crushing us. Like, I was blown away that this person had the ability like that. But, you know, it's because of all the time that he put into it before. And what we're looking at is kind of the residual. Let's see. Like learning different things. Yeah, like you've also tooled leather. Hey, that's cool. And turning pins is where it's at. Yeah. You watched YouTube for several years before you started? Yeah. Watched a guy make an X-Acto knife blade. Yeah, I've actually got some X-Acto blade handles, bolt action as a matter of fact. Those kits, I don't know what I was gonna do with those, but I could do something. Something I need to do over here right quick. So we're gonna be up close and personal for just a moment. I need to create a little bit of a recess on these here. Yeah, so because I didn't cut a channel on the base of the section because of how I was turning it, what I need to do, there we go, here, I need to lean down just a little bit more there, boom, okay, but let's see, what was I talking about? Because I didn't do a little relief on the section, because that's how I was turning it, what I have to do is go back and put a little bit of a relief inside the barrel here, which shouldn't be a big deal. It'll be pretty simple. Just need to create a little bit of space so the section can actually go in how it's supposed to. Alright, that's not messed up. This is messed up. Bummer, man. Okay, so this is still a little offset. We don't like that. We don't want offset. Dang it. Ugh. You're as cold as ice. To sacrifice our love. Nope. Nope. Hey, get out. You never take advice. There we go. All right. Unfortunately, when I tried to dial this bad boy back in, it didn't get dialed in. So let's go ahead and try to remedy that. Meow. All right, so this is what I'm looking at here. This goes up and down a little bit, right? So we want to find the middle to where this is nice and centered. I guess one of the drawbacks of having this type of thing, I guess. Something that likes to be so precise. Oh, that's why. Let's see, are we positioned how we should be? Indeed. Okay, we're gonna pop this bad boy out. Can I extend this far enough? Let's see. What I'm trying to do right this second is dial my lathe back in. So I've loosened up some of the position here. And the intent was to try and make it so I could grab it, but it doesn't want to be reached. Okay, I can see that we're a little offset here. So let's use the next best thing, I suppose. We have a tool here for tapering, or not tapered. We have a Morse taper 2 that is the guide for the die. We're going to use that as an extension. Not perfect, but it will do. Lord, did it break? No, it didn't break. I loosened it up. And I just want to get it back to where it should be. So you can see right here, this is actually locked in how we want it to be. That is loose. But no, it didn't break, it just rotated. And then it got a little offset. So now I gotta reconfigure that part. Okay, is that? Yeah, okay, you're good. Now work. Okay, and we're gonna go far, nice and far here. Locking it in. Okay, so this should be, right? Should be centered. Okay. Okay, that's good. We like that. So we're going to go ahead and snug that back one up here. And then, lesson learned, don't do offset turning with the existing thing unless you feel like dialing it all the way back in completely, which was not in the grand scheme of what I wanted to do here, but it just ended up happening. Okay, let's see how we're sitting now. Stupid thing. Go on. Ugh. This back piece keeps wiggling. Okay. There's a guide here that's not wanting to actually guide. There we go. Stupid thing. What? This little guide plate, the square here, is being annoying. Now we're probably way too tight. Nope. Not too bad. A little tighter than, there we go. Okay. Get it together. Okay. Loosen it up just a tad now. My goodness, sorry about that. That was, whew, that was something special. All right. Now that I got all that sorted, get back to what we were doing. And this is the type of stuff that you'll also run into. You got some tool maintenance. All right, let me turn Morty off. And we'll be here for a second anyway. I'll be right back. Let me go grab something quick. Lordy. There we are. But yeah, so we're going to be on the metal lathe for just a moment. Let me go grab my other headphones. Been out here so long, they died. Oh, hey doggies. Shh. Shh. Whoop. Luna, what are you doing? You going out there? Okay, fine. You good now?
There's thunder.
Oh. Poor doggy. Come on. Loki. Okay. It's weird. I hear myself. Okay. Let me turn Bluetooth off on my iPad here. Bluetooth off. Shoot. Shoot. Boom. Okay. All right.
right, and this is your reminder to make sure you're hydrating in this weather. Sorry. Just taking a breather. Let's see. Okay. Let's see how we're sitting now. Hopefully better. Oh, yes. Dude, just needed a little love. Just need a little love. We got her where we want her now. So if that didn't work, I would need to change something else just a little bit. Well, how about that? No more stream. No more stream. No more stream. I guess the weather caught up to us, huh? Is it the weather?
Yeah, the storm. Storm coming. Did it come back up? Did it come back up?
What?
Did it come back up?
It doesn't look like what?
Did it come back up?
It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's still down, man. Looks like it's still down, man. Oh, nope. Oh, nope. Looks like we got some access. Looks like we got some access. Oh, man. Looks like the weather, man. Oh, man. Looks like the weather, man. Oh,